ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejembo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejembo, Anamu, Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo, Eguma wego. Tuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimo obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
it is everyone befere
ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No masai ga ponto mo. Yeah, de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wandaba, ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. sunu baby sobaramia. Soko sunu baby sobaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye se akuna nyego mukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingati Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goro fone bonni boke as a party and winam better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goro fone bonni boke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jamon bale sim min nyalla fije nange jamon lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti namo ala chifti ala ind idi.
Enter the Igbo tribe, renowned as the wealthiest tribe on the continent. This isn't by mere chance or fortune, but rather a testament to their relentless hustle spirit and entrepreneurial prowess. Their wealth is not just in their bank accounts, but also in their vibrant culture, which they proudly showcase during festive seasons. The internet is often abuzz with images of their village mansions during the Christmas and New Year festivals, a clear display of their prosperity. So buckle up as we delve into the fascinating world of the Igbo tribe, the richest tribe in Africa. First off, who exactly are the Igbo? A question that leads us into a vibrant tapestry of culture, history and tradition. The Igbo are an ethnic group native to Nigeria, specifically in the southeastern region of the country. This area, marked by its lush tropical rainforests and the majestic River Niger, serves as a beautiful backdrop for the Igbo people and their rich culture. The Igbo speak, you guessed it, the Igbo language, a part of the larger Niger-Congo language family. It's a tonal language with a unique pitch accent system that can change the meaning of a word based on how it's pronounced. Talk about a linguistic twist. The Igbo culture is as diverse as the people themselves, with a plethora of customs, traditions and practices that are distinctively theirs. From the colourful masquerades that come alive during festivals to the traditional Igbo, a grand bridal ceremony, the Igbo culture is vibrant and full of life. Now, let's take a quick dive into history. The Igbo have a long and storied past that dates back centuries. They're known for their democratic and republican structures, which contrasted heavily with the monarchies of other African tribes. This unique structure has shaped the Igbo into a group of people known for their entrepreneurial spirit, a trait that's still evident today. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Igbo saw significant changes as British colonial rule took hold. The traditional Igbo society and its customs were greatly impacted, leading to a blending of cultures that resulted in a unique mix of the old and the new. Over the years, the Igbo have continued to evolve, adapting to modern times while still holding on to their rich heritage. This has resulted in a dynamic and resilient people who have made their mark, not just in Nigeria, but across the globe. Now that we have a basic understanding of who the Igbo are,
Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá. farabalẹ̀ farabalẹ̀ odò dàn fọ́ odò dàn fàyà àgọ́ tẹ̀ lódò tẹ̀ àìbẹ̀rẹ̀ gbẹ́jú lọ́bẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Hopefully you can hear me, by the way. Always constantly contending with the sound. I always end up pressing some sort of button that mutes my voice. But if you can hear me, please indicate. Otherwise, if you're talking to yourself, there's a language for that. So good to see you. Good to be in your company. And here we go again. So good to see you. Good to be in your company, and here we go again. There's sufficient enough people listening, so if nobody is not telling me that they're not hearing me, then I'll make the assumption that you are. Good to see you. Good to be in your company, and good to spend this time with you again. So we carry on, and a new year, the same routine. So we go as we always go. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio. So all three. So those are the spaces. I'm not even going to mention that that by the coffee thing anymore. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that's okay. I see you, Ja. Do you want me? Okay, yeah. I'm actually virtually running 2 streams now. So let me go shut one down. It looks as though the guy handling it may well have fallen asleep. This is what I do sometimes. Let me. Yeah. So click on the. So do the usual protocol. Let me just let me play you. Let me play you a micro. Let me play you just a 1 minute music. And let me play you 1 minute music just so I can go tidy up something. A literal minute. So don't go anywhere. Just listen to this for a moment.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀ ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀ ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀ ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́ mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi ì tọrọ gàrí mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀ ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o. Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Right, pardon me for that. I just had to go tie these things up. So yes, the usual protocol, like, subscribe, and all of that stuff. So like, subscribe. Oshekeni Olule, Oshekeji Olule. So like, subscribe, and come join the conversation. So let me. Oh, I don't know why this thing always shrinks anytime I do that. So let me do this and then we carry on. Let me just un momento. Yes, that's how I like it. So let's do that. Let's kick it off with this. So everything changes but remains the same. That's pretty much probably how you want to sum up the Nigerian space. Everything changes, but so Ja and Zola, when you guys finish, please come into this comment section to ask me to come and shut it down. So just come in, ask me to come and shut it down when you are finished. When you finish, Ja and Zola. So everything changes but remains the same. That's essentially the narrative of Nigerian space. Poverty alleviation, Tinubu's humanitarian minister, Betta Edu, directs Accountant General to move 585 million naira to private account. So, I mean, when I saw that headline, I was quite shocked because they've been there barely 2 minutes and there's not even sufficient time for that to be the case. But it looks as though everything changes within the Nigerian space, but remains the same. So everything changes. Hold on. So everything changes within the Nigerian space, but remains the same. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Pardon me. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, instructed Accountant General of the Federation, Tony Sikirat Median. So look at that name. So look at the combination of names here. Tony is a middle class, middle range sort of Yoruba name. Sikirat is a low class Yoruba Muslim name. And then the last name, Madian, I don't quite know where that comes from. That sounds Mediterranean somewhat. So that is a confused identity right there. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, instructed Accountant General of the Federation, Tony Sikirat Median, to transfer hundreds of millions of naira designated for vulnerable Nigerians in 4 states into a private individual account, according to documents seen by correspondents. Last December, Ms. Edu wrote the Office of the Accountant General demanding the 585 million naira earmarked to reduce poverty of vulnerable citizens in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Lagos, and Ogun states to be paid into the UBA account of one Oniyelu Bridget Mojisola. I hereby approve the payment of the cumulative sum of 585 million naira, 585 million, 886, approximately 585 million naira. These are payments for programs and activities of the Renewed Hope Grant for Vulnerable Groups, name Oniyelu Bridget Mojisola bank account, then goes on to give a UBA bank account. Ms. Edu wrote in a letter to Ms. Median on December the 20th, this payment should be made from the National Social Investment Office account with the account number, and then it goes on to quote the account number to the project accountant's details listed above. She added. And I think there's been a rebuttal to this narrative, by the way. If anybody has what she has said, hold on. If anybody has what she has sent in response to this, send it in. Somebody sent it in earlier, but I don't have it immediately to hand. So because she's now written some sort of response in the public space. So if you have it, please send it in. All right, let's take it from here. I hereby approve the payment of the cumulative sum of 585 million naira approximately. These are payments for programs and activities of the Renewed Hope Grant for vulnerable groups. And name Ms. Oniyelu Bridget Mojisola, account number a UBA account. Ms. Edu wrote in a letter to Ms. Median on December the 20th. This payment should be made from the National Social Investment Office account with account number, goes on to give the details to the project accountant's details listed above. The fact that the money meant for distribution to impoverished residents in 4 states in the Southwest and South-South geopolitical regions of the country were placed into a single individual account has increased worries that the money might not fulfill its intended purpose and was another channel to loot government funds. Lagos State was marked to get a lion's share of the money, etc., etc. Ms. Rashid Olarewaju, an aide to the humanitarian minister, told correspondents, "You are going to hear from us very, very soon," without elaborating, and hung up the phone. The diversion of such humongous funds into private accounts has caused people to question the integrity of Ms. Edu, who assumed office 6 months ago. An inquiry, or if somebody, if anybody is able to reach to that response very quickly, that's not what I wanted. I need to mirror that response to what she's just said. So let me see. Somebody sent it in earlier, so let me just see where it is. All right, I think I may have it. All right. Is that it? Okay, let's see. Can I read this? Hold on. All right. If anybody has that response, as I said, please send it in. An inquiry into the website of the Office of the Accountant General was not immediately replied. Sadia Umar Farouk, the former humanitarian minister under the immediate past Mohamed Buhari administration, is still under probe for the alleged embezzlement of 37.1 billion naira whilst in office. So there it is right there. Apparently, allegedly, it's not taking this woman that long now to dip her fingers into however X nearly 500 million naira within. Let's not get carried away, because she sent in a response, and I wait to see that response. If somebody can get to it, please send it to me. Let's see. No, that's still the same one. Yeah, so it's not taking her that long to dip heavily into the state coffers. It's the first readings of that. So that's the first readings of that. Let's go on from that to this. Port Harcourt refinery to complete test run this month. So this is much to the chagrin of the obedient space, much to the pain and constellation of the obedient space. Port Harcourt refinery to complete test run this month. So imagine if Port Harcourt refinery, the refinery in Edo State, and Dangote started running within the first quarter of this year, imagine that. That would be much to the pain and consternation of the obedient space. Did somebody send it in? Oh no, people keep sending in what I'm not really that. All right, let's carry on. The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited has revealed that test runs at the 60,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt refinery will be completed this month. Testing will conclude shortly, ensuring the refinery's efficient operation. This phase will be completed this month. Reuters quoted NNPC spokesperson Femi Shoneye as saying. Shoneye added that the test run was a major step towards resuming operations 5 years after the plant was shut. The state-owned oil company announced in December the mechanical completion of rehabilitation work on the Area 5 plant of the facility. It said the first phase of the plant had been completed as the Port Harcourt refinery will start refining 60,000 barrels of crude daily after the Christmas break. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Heineken Lokobiri, had stated that the first phase, so essentially, they started to test run the Kaduna refinery is the thing. So we're still somewhat with the Akeredolu narrative. Akeredolu's remain arise in Nigeria. So now, this is now, the story continues to get increasingly convoluted. So he died in Lagos, and then the state governor told us he died in Ibadan. Some told us he died in Germany, but now his body being returned to Nigeria. So this is the Akeredolu space, as clear as mud. As clear as mud, Akeredolu's remains arrive Nigeria. The body of the late former governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, has arrived in Nigeria. Akeredolu's remains were brought into the country from Germany, where he passed away. So this is contrary to what the state governor told us. Reports had it that the plane conveying the body arrived at about 3:39 p.m. on Friday, January the 1st, 2024. The wife of the late governor, Chief Betty Anyanwu Akeredolu, her children and siblings, led by Professor Wole Akeredolu, the immediate younger brother, received the body. Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by his Chief of Staff, Mr. Tayo Ayinde, Ogun State Governor Prince Dapo Abiodun, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, so the great and the good. And so it looks as though they've brought the casket in the country's national flag emblem. So there it is right there. Apparently, allegedly, he did die in Germany. So let's go on to this. Arewa youth reject CBT mode for WAEC, says method would lead to mass failure. So look at that. Education seems to be the kryptonite of the Northerners. It seems to be the kryptonite of the Northerners. Arewa youth reject CBT mode for WAEC exams, says method will lead to mass failure. So what is CBT and why are they rejecting it? The Arewa Youth Consultative Forum has rejected the proposed computer-based test format in the forthcoming West African Examination Council examinations to be conducted in the country. Disclosing this in Kaduna on Friday, the national president of the Youth Forum, Yerima Shetima, stated that adopting such a mode for the exam will lead to mass failure for students, especially in rural areas where computer skills are scarce or absent. Recall that the acting head of public affairs under WAEC, Moyosola, it's just, it's just a curiosity. It's just, note the chasms in the name. A guy called Yerima Shetima, he's recoiling from sanitizing the academic space, the examination format and mode, and bringing it up to the 20th century, so that is removed from human hands as much as possible, and the results can be a truer reflection of the students' capacity. So that's why they are computerizing WAEC exams now. So that's what WAEC, led by Moyosola Adesina, is doing. But look at the person fighting against it, Yerima Shetima. He says, no, we must continue to do WAEC exams under the mango tree in Jalingo, because that is the only way that we get an education. And that microcosm right there just tell you the chasm within the Nigerian space. One Aboki forever and enlightenment forever, and never the twain shall meet. Never the twain shall meet. Never the twain shall meet. Let's go on from there to this one. So now, to be or not to be, this seems very much the question. EFCC probe Dangote, BUA, 50 others over Forex transaction with CBN. So that's the headline piece. Dangote apparently his headquarters raided by the EFCC. That was the story that broke yesterday, but we could not, because we were doing sessions with check in effect yesterday. Indications emerged on Thursday that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, had spread its investigation into 50 firms allegedly involved in forex transactions with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, under the former Governor Godwin Emefiele. Correspondents gathered from sources close to the anti-graft agency on Thursday that the operatives spread its investigation into Dangote Foundation and BUA Cement amongst other companies. It will be recalled that the special investigation instituted by President Bola Tinubu to prove the activities of the Apex Bank had indicted the former CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, of illegally lodging billions of naira into 593 bank accounts in the UK, US, and China without the approval of the Apex Court's Board of Directors and the CBN Investment Committee. The report also revealed how some organizations abused forex allocated to them for importation of raw materials. So let me just pause there for a moment. Throughout the Buhari administration, I had been screeching ad infinitum, wailing and gnashing at the teeth that this Dangote guy is getting dollars from the CBN because his Dangote refinery falls under the bracket of a nationally important sort of enterprise. So if it's of strategic national importance, that the Dangote refinery, then it is in the interest of the Nigerian state to hasten its completion. So they've now given this guy, Dangote, favorable terms to access forex. So he gets forex as throughout the Buhari administration, gets forex at a discounted rate in order to facilitate the completion of his enterprise. But this guy, ever the sharp guy, not the fool, he just round trip the dollar and pays off anybody that needs to be paid off to keep quiet. So it's all of that round tripping that is coming home to roost. So all of that round tripping coming home to roost. It will be recalled that the special investigation instituted by President Bola Tinubu to probe the activities of the Apex Bank had indicted the former CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, of illegally lodging billions of naira in foreign accounts without the approval of the Apex Bank's Board of Directors and the CBN Investment Committee. The reports also revealed how some organizations abused forex allocated to them for importation of raw materials. This is just as others are said to have been involved in round tripping, which was exactly what I was, and I'd not even read it to that point, so it wasn't as though, so that's exactly what they were doing. They would go in, remember that Honorable Kiare, it says, when you hear ching, that is Emefiele giving you dollars at a discounted rate. So that was the whole of the Buhari administration. It was just a heist, a grand theft for 8 years. It is just as others are said to have been involved in round tripping after getting forex at the official rate. According to the EFCC source, we will check all the allegations and no one will be spared. So this idea, no one will be spared, there are people within the Nigerian space that are untouchable. And there are people that will not only be spared, but they cannot even be touched. What are they going to put Dangote in prison? We want to see Dangote in handcuffs, if you dare. Although details of the investigation were sketchy at the time of filing this report, our source revealed that the EFCC operatives stormed the offices of Dangote in Lagos on Thursday. At the same time, it also visited those of BUA on Wednesday. So BUA has put out a public notice. If only I should have been better prepared actually but BUA has put out a public notice to say that that the EFCC did not storm their premises. Okay, let me. Yes, do I want to? Yeah. So they've put out a notice to say that the EFCC has not stormed their offices, but the wordings of that notice is quite clever, because what they said in that notice was that the EFCC did not storm their office on the day that they said, oh, this is for public notice. The EFCC did not storm our offices on Thursday, as is being reported by some online newspapers. So that's how they worded it. So that's quite specific. That's a specified, I'm not quite sure what the technical term is, but that's a qualified denial right there. So this is to say that the EFCC did not come to storm our offices on Thursday or Wednesday or whichever day they wrote, as being reported by some online platform. So that is not to say the EFCC did not come to storm our offices at all. Ever. They did not say that. But they specified it to whichever date or day that was being reported on whichever platform put it out. So that's a qualified denial right there. So that denial might be true for that specific day, but it's not true for the day prior or the day after. So that's just that's a qualified some clown is telling me that Dangote is not above the law. You go and arrest him now. It says, although the details of the investigations were sketchy at the time of filing this report, our source revealed that the EFCC operatives stormed the offices of Dangote in Lagos on Thursday. At the same time, it also visited those of BUA on Wednesday. You see, this is just bad grammar right there. This is just it right there. So this is not even a matter of education. This is a matter of translating from your nativist thinking into a language that is secondary to you. Listen to how whoever wrote this phrase did. It says, although details of the investigation were sketchy at the time of filing this report, our source revealed that the EFCC operatives stormed the offices of Dangote in Lagos on Thursday. So hold that. At the same time, it also visited those of BUA on Wednesday. How can that be at the same time? That's not at the same time. So they could have just left at the same time in order not to be tried. You see, this is when you try. This is when you try to be too cute sometimes. And by the way, that Thursday need not a full stop. It is an apostrophe, and then it's also visited. So sorry, I get a bit funny sometimes with just bad language. We are investigating the activities of these organizations all over the reports of this forex abuse that has brought us to this economic mess. We visited the offices of BUA in Lagos on Wednesday, and we visited that of Dangote today, and more have been lined up. Our correspondents gathered that the EFCC, which already possesses the complete reports of the special investigator, has vowed that no stone will be left unturned to unravel the dirty forex dealings. Our correspondents also gathered that the anti-graft agency is ready to expose any organization involved. So ready to expose any organization is just this grandstanding and flapping of the feathers. It's just, have you ever seen a peacock when it raises itself and it unfurls its bloom? Have you ever seen a peacock unfurl its bloom? This is just feathers flapping. When have you ever exposed these people, man? I think they're just punking us in Nigeria, They're just punking us because they know we're punks. So let's go back to corruptions galore. 37.1 billion fraud. Buhari minister shuns EFCC's investigation. So go F yourself, is what Sadiya Farouk is saying to our Luther from Lagos. 37.1 billion fraud. Buhari's minister shuns EFCC. This is it now. She'll just ignore them. I defy Tinubu to go and arrest anybody that is Fulani. Maybe it will not last till 24 hours in office. Former Minister of Human... where is the probe on Abubakar Malami, by the way? We know he's the linchpin of that administration for 8 years. So where is his probe? Where is his name in the news cycle? Former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Justice, Sadiya Umar Farouk, on Wednesday, shunned an invitation by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission probing the 37.1 billion naira allegedly laundered during her tenure in office through a contractor, James Okwete. Umar Farouk kept interrogators waiting for over 8 hours on Wednesday without an official communication to the commission as to why she did not honor the invitation. Correspondents report, and by the way, that this should trigger an immediate arrest if she's within the borders of that country. If she did not turn up as appointed with investigators who are essentially a law enforcement, then that is then to indicate that she's on the run, and they should immediately effect her arrest and parade her in handcuffs in front of everybody. But of course, I defy anybody in that country, especially somebody that doesn't have the full footing like Tinubu to go and arrest a Fulani person. Umar Farouk kept in interrogators waiting for over 8 hours on Wednesday without an official communication to the commission as to why she did not honor the invitation. Correspondence reports that the former minister was asked to appear before investigators at the EFCC headquarters, Jabi, Abuja, on Wednesday, January the 3rd, 2024, at about 10 a.m. to give an account of the alleged fraud that took place under her watch, a document exclusively seen by correspondents on Saturday revealed. However, correspondents who were at the EFCC headquarters from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. confirmed that the former minister did not show up at the anti-graft agency's office for interrogation. An interrogator who spoke with correspondents under condition of anonymity said the interrogation team had to close from work about 6 p.m. when they were certain that the former minister was not going to show up. We just closed from work now because she did not show up today, and it is 6 p.m. already. It is certain that she's never going to show up today, the source said. Our correspondent who monitored development at the EFCC headquarters reported that journalists besieged the office in expectation of Umar Farouk's arrival. Correspondents had earlier exclusively reported that the EFCC invited the former minister to answer questions, etc., etc. So we already know all that. So we leave that as it is. But I defy you, Bola Tinubu, to go and arrest an Aboki, and then we'll see how quickly you last in office. Go and arrest the Fulani person now, please, Tinubu. I want to say that. EFCC visits Dangote Group headquarters, probe forex allocation. So yes, we've already seen this. This was captured in a previous readout. So that was captured in a previous readout. I wonder if that is sufficient enough to be going on with. Oh, let me just show you this as just. Let me just show you this as just a little bit of a cameo. Anyway, I'm not going to build this up in any way. I'll just show it to you and let you make of it what you will. This is Nigeria as we know it. So this is Nigeria as we know it. Watch this. So there it is right there. That's Nigeria as we know it. Church members crawl under their pastor into 2024 for a fruitful new year. I don't know, man. I know that certainly a lot of the women will be fruitful after in 6 months, in 9 months' time off the back of that. But that's just Nigeria, isn't it? So I'm going to bring you this next one. There's a bit of violence in it. So let me see. Let me pause it. I'll bring this one as the final one. Angry women burn down Boko's traditional ruler's house over the arrest of some members of the community for their alleged involvement in the recent killings in Plateau, where over 150 people were confirmed dead. They accused the traditional ruler of being a sellout. So it looks as though now people are now taking matters into their hands. Going on there. People taking matters into their hands. So people taking matters into their hands. So now let's not take this matter to hand. So I hope the room starts to populate somewhat not sufficient enough yet of our panelists. But we do have some panelists. If you want to come join us, come join us. It's often very slow to start. What have I done wrong now, Mongo Park? What have I done wrong now? Anybody that wants to join us, please join us. Let me play the Kegite music, and then we kick off the session, and then we see where it takes us. But first, you know, I say a lot of a lot. It's only to give myself pause to gather my thoughts, and then maybe I'm a bit dyslexic as well. It's just to get my reading in some coherence. But when I'm saying all the time, somebody actually told me that what they hear is ha, as in HER, and not as in ERM. You know, so it's just a pause breaker. Just for fluidity and lucidity. So for fluidity and lucidity, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agwesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So joining us from somewhere in Ekiti land, the majestic Folly Bees, who has been doing God's work for the platform. Good to see you, Folly. Warpace joins us from Japan, somewhere in the United States, almost certainly driving, father of the bride, Ajale Koko. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. Let's kick it off with you, Folly, just as because you are in Nigeria. Folly, are you ready to go? All right. Who is ready to go? Warpace, are you ready to go?
Warpace is not there.
I'm here. I'm making my smoothie. I'm here.
Yeah, if you want to make your smoothie, then are you ready, or that's just? Are you ready?
Yeah, let's talk.
All right. Let's kick it off. Port Harcourt refineries to complete test run this month. And I was just saying in the build-up to the delivery that the way these things are going now, the country will be awash with petrol, which will almost drive prices down. So there are about almost 6 in your home state. There's a refinery coming upstream. Dangote, we already know has taken about 3 to 4 million barrels of petrol. So he's ready to start pumping out. And Port Harcourt already are just testing that all the machines are fine, and that 60 barrels are being pumped out. I don't know how many liters that is, but it looks as though we're about to come out of the dark spaces. Warpace.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, there's a good news. I pray we keep hearing more of this good news in 2024. If actually what you're saying is really was on ground. Uh, I keep hearing Port Harcourt refinery will start. They said December, but now yeah, it's run in January, which is a good thing. Hopefully by February it will start running. Like you likely said, Edo State already started. Receipt barrel of crude oil, the one in those states, though is a little capacity. So if Port Harcourt start running, Dangote is running, the one in my state is running, I think this fuel problem will reduce by half by the by the middle of this year, and that would be a good thing to Nigerian and the government. But let's keep our finger crossed. Let's see if Port Harcourt and Dangote will really kick off as they promise. Because right now it's only Edo State that is running one month. But it's a good news. Are you there?
I am here, but as ever muted. But Edo State is not fully running now. It's not pumping out anything.
No, it's not pumping out yet, but it has received
yeah, but
received
we see all tankers coming out of all these refineries. Nothing is still working.
Yeah, true. But let's just not be negative all the time. Let's try and be positive and give ourselves hope. Probably positivity will give them encouragement to do more or make. At least I believe they are hearing us. So if they hear we are this positive about them, I think that will make them tighten their belt more to make sure they deliver.
No,
You know.
we've shown optimism for too long now. So a bit of pessimism now. You have to guard your emotions so you don't get disappointed. We want whatever needs to happen. We just need those oil tankers coming out of these refineries and going to petrol stations. That's just all we need. You know, I mean,
But we talk about tankers. Where are the roads the tankers going to pass? Oh, that's
no,
another thing to worry.
that's a different narrative, isn't it? They've always found a
Yeah,
way. They've always found a way to get to the petrol station, so they should, But
yeah.
yeah.
We hope, yeah, the tankers will be rolling out. Well, man, the tankers really start rolling out, I believe most of the narrative will change in Nigeria, and I believe this food crisis at least a little bit will reduce. Because if you are producing diesel and PMS, which is fuel, that will reduce the cost of mobility. How you call it? Is it mobility or transportation?
Transportation, yeah.
Yeah, and that will reduce the cost of food or cost of living. I'm not saying by 100%, but whatever percent, whatever percent the reduction will be, we will notice it, and it will go a long way for us, for a start, for a better tomorrow for Nigeria. I really pray they really start rolling out those tankers, and we create a lot of job opportunities. You see people going to transportation business again, buying tankers for hauling fuel and diesel. You understand? There will be opportunities, there will be windows for people to start investing again. Because right now, generally, almost all the depots are just uh, dead in Nigeria. Nothing happening. The refinery, nothing really happening. I think it's only Warri refinery people go to load fuel these days. So how many tankers can go to Warri refinery? So imagine 3 refineries are working. I could invest, buy trucks for people like one or two. That would be generating money for me. Even if it's on high purchase, balance and carry, what they call it. So it's a good thing, one man. And like you said, we should push them a little bit. But for me, I like let's just watch till February before we let all hell loose, one man. Thank you. We can go to the next topic.
All right, Bridan. And this alleged probe on Dangote, BAU, who is Rabiu, and the rest of these names. No probe is taking place in Nigeria until we start to hear these sort of names being sort of sweated hard and asked to cough up the money. A lot of Nigerians have formed the thought that a lot of those corruptions they are funneled through names like all of these names. But whenever they are probing corruption, they don't often probe them. So what are you then making then of the EFCC leaking that they went to raid Dangote's headquarters for reasons of association with Godwin Emefiele?
I hope it's not this type of cash and release they are doing, because During Buhari time, we saw this. We inviting people during Mago when Mago was the director. They just like, invite people, and you'll be happy. The next thing they just invited to clear their name. Uh, Going to read Dangote's office, Rubio office, and some other big names is a good thing. But we don't know the charge. There's no charge. What was the motive? I guess they're supposed to give us the charge that led them going raiding the office. You're just going to raid
No,
somebody else
no,
you
they
don't
they,
work
they,
at.
they told us now.
Really? I've not.
Yes, no, they told us that it's for reasons of suspicious transactions, forex with Emefiele.
Okay. Are
Yes.
they going? Since they have that evidence now, why are they not be detained for questioning?
No, they can't be
That's
detained now. They are still at the investigation phase. You don't just just detain people willy nilly now. What you do?
okay. Let's see how he is. But
Do you
again,
do you detain before investigations are carried out?
no, I feel for me, I felt before for them to whatever led them leaving their office to go to that to do that, so they have a sufficient evidence and they have a judge order to go.
Yeah,
That
they
means they
have
have
it.
it.
They are going to raid that office in order to cut away documents that will enable them carry on with their investigation. So their investigations have led them to the point that they have to go to Dangote's offices to go and forcefully retrieve documents.
Okay. Well,
But
that's
it's
okay.
not at
For
the arrest phase yet. Oh, it's not. It's
no,
not.
not arrested, but would that ever happen? I don't think that will
Yeah, but
ever.
yeah, that's where I agree with you. Who them born well? Who them born well
That
will
will never
happen?
happen.
You know.
Probably that we are arresting some secretary or some managers in that
Yeah.
Dangote space, but they will never arrest those people. And like you were saying in your reader, where is
But we are
Malami?
not fighting corruption until those people are being.
Yes.
Man, we're a joke in that country, man. A joke.
No, yeah, we're not fighting corruption until these people, these well-known criminals, is being bring to the book for questioning. Even though they can't let them lose. At least let's see them behind bars for once. They're being detained. Where is Malami? Where is the Akate General?
No,
Where is
that accountant general, he has made a permanent escape because he has gone and got himself top banned as the emir or something. So he's now hiding both under religion and culture. So almost it's like going to say, why don't you go and arrest the Oni of Ife? It's impossible now. It's impossible.
yeah,
So that one
yeah.
has gotten himself top banned to escape law.
That one is gone. And the lady, I was reading about the lady. Said the reason she did not show up is for health, it's like health reasons.
Is
So
that is that is
suddenly,
that is that Umar Farouk?
yeah,
Yes, Sa-
Sadiq
Sa-
Farouk.
Sadiq Farouk. Yeah.
She started a health reason. So suddenly, these people start getting sick once they leave the office. And I was thinking, when did she leave the office here? Not up to 7 months. So do you mean all the time you were declaring that you are healthy and fit for the office for the job? Doesn't mean that you're just lying. Using taxpayer money to treat yourself. As soon as you left office, now you started you have all kind of illness. You are not sick. You can never move. You cannot see the sun. These people are funny. Very, very funny. Yeah, I don't get it, you know. So, well, one man, this question that Rubio and Dangote, to me, I'm not really welcoming it yet until we start seeing positive answer. People are being charged for something good. If except Tinubu is going against his friend, for them to bring out the dollar. Except that, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Mm,
I can hear you.
mm.
Let me take you to this space. It's not anything I've read out already. Man unable to marry his Benue girlfriend with 600,000 as her family insists on a 1.2 million naira marriage list. So is this long? I never knew they even had that culture. A Nigerian man could not marry his girlfriend in Tombu village, Buruku local government area of Benue State, because her family insisted on a marriage list with items totaling 1.2 million naira. The man's friend, Udam Samuel Asea, disclosed this on Facebook on Friday. My friend could not marry his girlfriend with 600K as the in-laws insist on a 1.2 million naira marriage list. TIV Traditional Council voice out, please. It says, this girl in question, what is her reaction? If the guy pays, so would he continue to? This is a two-way thing, what piece. So one, a guy that cannot even meet a 600,000 naira marriage list, is he even ready to be married is the first question. But this excessive and just exuberant marriage list that we're getting from that cause is the wider question. Our piece.
One man. Yes, for once, I will support the people, is it traditional ruler or the father of the bride? For one man, you take this my 4 daughters, I will give them out for 24 naira Benin tradition. I'll put a high premium on them because I know how much I'm spending now. One man.
You want to recover your body, Abi?
Yes, I have to recover my money. Even right now, I'm talking to Emeka and the basic. I know they're the one that pay a very high premium when they're marrying. So I'm talking to them now to start making a summer payment for them so that before my daughter gets 20, at least I'll recover some certain money for school fees and the rest. You know? Well, anyway, joke apart, that is sad, for the guy not to marry the love of his life because of the financial whatever attached to marriage. I understand it's their culture, but at least they've cut a slack for the guy. The guy that was able to come up with half of the money, maybe half or 3/4 of the money. $200,000
yeah, but somebody that cannot come up with 600K, which is what, about $500. Is that person ready for marriage?
But yes, I don't know, but 600. Well, I cannot really speak to that. But it cannot come up with 600,000 naira. But why is everybody interested to get married?
Actually, 1.2 million. So let's say $1,000. Somebody that cannot come up with $1,000, I don't think that person is ready to be married. I'm not sure.
So now marriage has to be based on money, one man.
It has to be. It has to be based on your capacity to take care of a wife.
True, though. True.
If you can't come up with a million naira, then what are you going to use to take care of her when she comes to your house?
Probably this kind of guy is the kind of guy that will get married and say God will provide. The way situation is in Nigeria right now, you don't just need to marry these days like that because you believe God will provide, or one pastor told you that, or one imam said so. You have to have something that is giving you rely on that will feed you and your wife. I don't know the guy's culture or which part of Nigeria. Is it from Benue, you said?
Yeah, it's from Benue, which surprised me because when I first saw the headline, I, like everybody else, was expecting that we were going to the southeast, but apparently, allegedly, Benue.
Yeah, Benue is not like that. But I'm wondering, why they have to have that kind of high price demand when it comes to marriage and all that. But it's sad though. The guy should go and farm more. It's what they require. They have to provide it. One month. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me take you to Beta Edu, who stands accused of looting close to 600 million, even within the first 6 months of our coming into our ministry.
Is this 600 million? I thought they said 3 billion he has looted in less than 6 months.
I don't know if they said 3 billion. Well, the story here says 585 million naira.
Okay, there's something I sent to you on on Joe, I have not verified it though. I think the guy that was fired, his Twitter handle. I sent it to you on your WhatsApp. Did you see
Yeah,
it?
I saw it.
And the guy said why they moved the money to a private account is because the 30 billion, because in less than 6 months, uh, Data do already embezzled 3 billion from that fund. So so these people that is coming for change, this is what they're going to do: stealing, looting the loot, stealing the money.
Before we get carried away, Beta Edu has actually come out to respond to that. So I'm looking for that response now. Somebody sent it to me via Instagram, but I get so many things via Instagram. I cannot find whoever sent it. So whoever sent it, if you're listening, please resend it so that we can add it to this conversation. But no.
Well, before we go to better idea, I think your lady in the house, Choma, is saying 600,000 is not a high price. But anyway, I'm not
600 million. 600 million, though.
No, not the better idea, about the bride price we're talking about.
Oh, it's not. No, that's not a bright price now. That's just that's taking the Mickey. If you cannot afford 1.2 dollarize that, how much is that? What's the exchange rate now?
The rate is about the dollar is like 1,000, 120, 1,002. I mean.
So that's $1,000. If you cannot afford the $1,000, then what business do you have getting married?
No, but one man, really, let's look at it. Let's call this guy slack. First of all, I don't know their culture and their tradition. Now, I'm not a fan of Choma. I know she's listening because she doesn't like me. It's Clotta's girlfriend, which is okay.
Yeah, leave Choma alone.
No, but where she's from, you don't have a private jet, you cannot marry a woman. That I understand because they invest so much. I think the Hausas too have that kind of culture because the Hausas people put so much on their daughters, so you have to spend a lot getting married to them. But on the other hand, if this guy is going to marry somebody and the bride price is on 1.2 million, I don't think that girl he's getting married to is on the very high class. I think that girl is in the same class of that on that same gentleman. So 600,000 he couldn't come up with. Probably have 400,000. They would have in a way cut down the bride price so that the guy can have his bride and go home happy ever. Be a good jelly fellow. But because of money, you deprive this guy of his future wife. It's not good, one man. Let's feel pity for this man. He's our own brother, man. We should start our own. One man.
No.
Money for.
No. Let's call it. What is he going to? What is he going to use to take care of that woman when she comes into his house?
That is another question that I cannot stand for. I cannot vouch for. That is another one, But if he can, it's a good question anyway. It's a critical question. What is going to really to take care of this woman? But let's say it like this:
when you can't afford $1,000 to get married.
But one man, that country, $1,000 is a big money. It's very big money. Some people's salary for a year is not $1,000.
Marriage is a big occasion now. Marriage is that's your opportunity to indicate to your in-laws that you have the capacity to look after their daughter.
True. But I don't know. Did you? Okay. I'm getting confused in this part. The point that's getting me confused that I don't really know about this guy's culture. How they are. If it's a change in the culture, I would say it's being on the high side. But if it's what they have been doing right from day one, then I would say this guy, you don't have any business getting married because you have not fulfilled the business of taking care of their daughter, which these people are right to withhold their daughters back. But that's the only part I'm being confused about, one man. But let me come back to it.
Yes, I've got a response. So let me give you a response and then you can wrap it up. You can add it to your narrative. It says, alleged 44.8 billion naira fraud. Desperate elements trying to implicate me. Better Edu cries out. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu, has alerted of desperate plans by some persons to implicate her in the 44.8 billion naira fraud in the National Social Investment Program Agency. She insisted that some elements who have been trying to link her to a phantom fraud are behind this latest misadventure. The minister, reacting to allegations of her involvement through her special assistant on media and publicity, Rashid Zubia, on Friday, explained that the funds for the vulnerable persons in 4 states, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogun, and Lagos State, was not only approved, but also went through due process. For the avoidance of doubt, they said 585 million naira, approximate naira, was approved, and it is meant for the implementation of grants to vulnerable groups, GVG, in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogun, and Lagos states. A response to the allegation by the ministry reads, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation notes with dismay on a memo from the Ministry of the Accountant General of the Federation approving for the payment of the sum of 585 million naira renewed hope grant for vulnerable groups in 4 states, which is currently being circulated in the social media. It is glaring that the same sponsored disgruntled elements in the past few days have been trying to smear the Honorable Minister, Dr. Betty Edu, and stain her integrity following the federal government's ongoing 44.8 billion naira fraud in the agency. These elements have been trying to link her to a phantom fraud and are behind this latest misadventure. However, this latest vile effort of theirs is another infantile blackmail doomed for Efcc creation, whatever, they use some big grammar. For the avoidance, they said 585 million naira was approved, and it is meant for the implementation of grants to vulnerable groups in the listed states. We must, however, note that the grant to vulnerable groups was first launched in Kogi State, where recipients testified. Akwa Ibom and Cross River were launched in December 2023. Kogi in November, and others will be launched in the coming weeks. The general public is invited to note that the Renewed Hope Grant for Vulnerable People is one of the social intervention schemes of the government, which is being implemented by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Oniyelu Bridget is the project accountant for GVG from the Department of Finance, and it is legal in civil service for staff, the project accountant management, be paid and use the same funds legally and retire same with receipts and evidence after the project or program is completed. The evil motive of these mischief makers are behind the circulation of the memo is well known and should be ignored. Of note is the fact that since assumption of duty about 5 months ago, the minister has religiously visited different parts of the country, like Borno, Zamfara, Niger, etc., amongst others, and this is done to ensure she delivers on her mandate, and she has remained focused, unbiased, and committed in duty. So the said funds is actually funds that is just being processed through the usual routes of processing, and nothing at all fraudulent there. That's our pushback.
Yeah, sorry, I mute myself. The problem of this, I'll say about Nigerian government is transparency. If they are letting us know what they are doing at the time they are doing it, I don't think people will just come out and start accusing them of wrongdoings. You, woman, you're doing a kind of outreach to some people in the southeast, in the north, and in the west. From the beginning to yesterday, you keep informing the public what you are doing, how far you have gone. True of us.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but that's exactly what she is doing as well. The money leaves the
Yes,
accountant general's office and goes to the account of the project manager's office for onward transmission to carry out whichever project. So that's the normal sequence of events. But from the money that's leaving the accountant general's office to go into the project office, they are now claiming that is corruption. But that's not an established. Do you see it? They're just
yeah, I
it's not
understand.
tenable. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, and I understood too. What I'm saying that if from the beginning the information is out there on the public, I don't think people can use that against her because people are not well informed. I believe all this deviant or this talent has tried to do something with it. You know, it's good to inform the people what you are doing. People hear about it now because she's been accused. That's why she started telling the public this is what we were doing. I didn't know there was such implementation going on in Rivers, Cross Rivers. I didn't know it started in Kogi. Not like it's our fault. The government is not even informing the public. You know, so
No. You can't say that. The government informs the public, but the public digest whichever information interests them. They are not doing outreach programs in secret, are they? So they will inform that we are in Kogi, but that's not sexy news, so that won't make it to the headlines.
Okay, it's good, but it's good that you're able to counter back with evidence and to defend herself. And that is good thing, one man. One man, I'm a little busy with my kids now because my wife wants to go take my kids to the park. Please, can you go back to go to the next person? Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for holding the fourth. I think we have Adewale and Adale Koko with us now. So let's go to Dewale. Dewale, are you ready?
I'm here, one man.
What's this new avatar? What's this telling us? What are we reading into this, Dewale?
Nothing really. I was just tired of the last one, so I decided to, use this one.
Angry youth, Abby. Eh?
Yeah.
It looks like somebody been denied their sweets or something.
Probably didn't. Well, it might be something like that. It's just there's not really no meaningful.
All right.
Behind it. Just.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Dewale. So what do you want to come into it? One of the biggest stories is this Better Edu story that they are trying to rope into some corruption scandal.
I mean, that is normal when it comes to politics. As long as you don't want to play ball, the politicians will find a way to bring you in and paint you bad. But your work must speak for you. And I give you an example. The late Professor Dora Akunyili was, framed and to the point that it was when they couldn't get her in that way, they were chasing her with assassins and all that, including her family. So she understood that, being in politics also, you get dirty. And can you give me like a minute or one man?
All right, I'll give you a minute. Let me play this clip actually, and then you can come in off the back of it. This clip now is in the direction of that marriage list. So this clip is in the the same prism as that marriage list. Watch this.
Okay, what were you doing on the street?
I dey work.
You dey work?
Yes.
It's fine. Go dish up then.
Not be the shop. Man, no, they go for pot. Igbo man, no, they go for pot.
Igbo man is not going for pot.
Where woman cook, it's not ethical.
Okay.
If you like, your husband will come back for 1 a.m. in the morning.
No.
No, you're walking at you use the food put for them for dining. If you don't get it,
but babes, I prepared everything. It's just for you to dish up.
Dish.
Huh?
To go dish that might be the abomination for our place.
Which abomination?
For Igbo land. Ask anybody.
Okay, it's okay, I understand, but this is South Africa. We're in South Africa now, most.
I carry my culture, they go everywhere. if I go that pot where you cook, go open and dish. I don't lose guard.
You don't lose guard. So what do we do now?
You're supposed to put them, keep them here. Or you have a microwave. Not be pot. You go there for plate. I go say, okay, this woman don't sleep. Maybe I come back home 12 midnight or 1.
So I must make food for you now.
And you know go sleep if I not come. You go there
So I must wait for you when you're outside hustling.
what is to say I get problem?
You go call me now, then I will answer.
I feel no call. Say they don't take my phone. I go call. Now you go to check.
So what are we going to do?
If you not give me food, now I go sleep.
So
Next time I go to say. If
wait,
I come by
wait.
8,
Another thing is this. Nah.
what's in midnight?
Okay.
Now me get house, not be you.
Okay, wait. I understand. But babes, everything is prepared. It's just for you to dish up.
But it's in the pot.
Yeah.
I don't go open the pot. I go open the one where I cook. You can open my own.
Why? Because I'm a woman.
I not go open your own. Check your Google. You will tell you.
Okay, so today we are fasting then. It means you're not eating.
I'm not gonna die now.
You're not gonna die.
Not be beggar why I eat since morning I can. Check, ask Google, say, man, they go for woman pot in Igbo land.
All right. So there it is, right?
I'm back, woman.
All right, brilliant. So did you hear that clip? It's the cultural chasms that we have in Nigeria. But go to where you were, and then we'll play that clip again in the course of, hopefully, as the room continues to populate.
Yeah, like I said, I believe Better I Do is more educated and astute when it comes to politics. So she will also, one step ahead of this. But one thing is that this is not going to be a one-time thing. It's better if she speaks up, because if you are rubbish, internet these days, anybody can rubbish anybody's name. All you need just to put a negative information out there, and it's going to take a while before you get it cleared out. In Nigeria, to even sue for defamation, sometimes the story might not even that straightforward to the point that you can, charge the perpetrator to court. So without concrete evidence, because it's going to start like a rumor. But I'm glad that she's speaking out and one step ahead. But of course, she's a politician. She would not understand that this kind of a thing would not be, it's normal in politics anywhere in the world. People will try to rubbish and to credit you with some negative stories, so that the more it lingers in the media, the more it tarnishes your image, and to the point that to put you into disrepute. So, but I'm glad she's speaking out. I mean, she just started. Remember, she is once said on Arise, at Split TV, that she's going to look into the book of predecessor, right? So, this could be coming from that context as well. I'm not, as good, I'm not saying it's the truth. But, if you say you are going to go after certain people, or you have an inkling of that's what you are going to do, have in mind that other people with interest are going to go after you as well. But you just started. I don't know. She's just starting, and I don't expect her to start having controversies at this stage of engagement. So she should put her head down, continue to do her work, but engage the media. Being there is going to be enough for her to counter any negative narrative that is being put out there. But if that is true, because we should also not assume that everything they put out there is, is about politics. So sometimes the element of rumor is always some, little drop of truth. So but we should also look at it. I mean, this one that the EFCC is knocking everybody's door now. So we have a new boss at the end of the affair at the EFCC that doesn't care how high places you are. Who would have thought that Dangote would be visited by EFCC? You know, you remember when Dangote opened the refineries was commissioned and Tinubu did not go? Do you think it might, this thing might be connected or something going on that we don't know?
There was a reason for that. Dewale. Tinubu was the elected president then, if I remember rightly, and Buhari was going to be there. So it would have been. It wouldn't. I'm not sure that the security protocol allows that. But then, of course, you cannot have the two of them because then who has the lead? That's the thing. So it was really meant to be a Buhari pulling out parade sort of a project. So it was right not to be there.
But Tinubu's vice candidate at that time was in agenda.
Yeah, but he can subordinate himself to Buhari now.
Well, but the whole is well, I understand what you're saying, but maybe I'm the one reading too much meaning to it. But the fact that the same mandate, that the same, security consciousness that not allowed to put the outgoing and the incoming together in the same location, must also be extended to the vice. But I'm just thinking widely, so don't get me, don't hold on to what I just, I'm imagining in my head. But nevertheless, who would have thought that EFCC would put their searchlight, on this forest of a thing to EFCC, to Dangote and the like. So I see that.
Can we really claim that we're fighting corruption in Nigeria if people like Dangote, people like that, whose name has been associated with that space for decades, if they are not probed publicly, can we really say we're fighting? Even if for his own sanity, for him to say, I came out clean or something, but can we say we're fighting corruption if somebody like Dangote is not probed? A lot of people feel is like a special purpose vehicle for corruption people. Administration after administration, they use him to funnel money.
Before, that's what they've been doing. Even some of our commercial banks have been a special vehicle or a purpose vehicle for politicians. I won't name names, but some of the banks that I know that are these new generational banks are actually a warehouse for politicians, and that is why they are always, always doing well because they have inside information. But apart from that, until I see conviction, but most of the time, it doesn't usually end up in a legal or litigation outcome. It's usually settled politically. And, there's a level to this thing. The likes of Dangote, the likes of even your $10 and co now. There's no way you want to touch them that you yourself will not feel the heat. Because some of the people that surround the government, I'm talking about the executive now, also one way or the other, one time at a time, benefiting from these people. So Dangote, as it is a private owned company. Public owned company, but owned the largest share owned by an individual, right? Not government owned. But in terms of benefits derived from the government, I still see how Dangote will be, condemned or convicted in the sense that, in as much that the benefit that was extended to him is through the government agency, and there's no any form of bribery or corruption involved, except that the head of the agency was the one that, in his own magnanimity, decided to, extend that to Dangote and light. I don't know how EFCC will be able to convict. All right, but I won't subscribe to the public prosecution. I'll prefer that the EFCC doing their job in such a way that the outcome speaks for them. That is how I would know that they're actually working. When the likes of Dora Akuyili of this world was alive and prosecuting some of these pharmaceutical companies, I mean, she was going to court, all right, and these people were being charged to court, and she made it in such a way that even the court hands were tied to the point that they could not, go around or shop around to brag because as far as they were using media war, then it became clear because once the Nigerians knew that she was doing a great job, it was hard to put our reputation into disrepute. So they were fighting media at the same time they were fighting a physical war with her. So I would prefer that EFCC have more conviction under their belt. That is how I would know that they're actually working. And look, nobody is above being prosecuted. But I think when it comes to the highly places like this, in any society, there's always a political route to it. And you must have fallen out with the government completely for you to have been subjected to such a ridicule in the first place. But at the end of it all, they know how they will patch it. I don't think, to me, it's more like a lip service. Let me just assume that's what is happening. Just to show that, look, we are doing something so that we don't stand still or we are not being. I mean, people have been saying that, don't let me use the term, people have been saying, because that's a very corroborative word. I mean, I've heard it so many times in Asleep TV. But by and large, I've heard it on Asleep TV that it would be better to put a searchlight on NNPC. Audit them, publish it, and let us interrogate and see how their book has been performing all this while. Maybe we can see what Nigeria actually was in terms of the revenue coming through these crude, resources. But, government won't do that because that is the pot of soup that everybody is bringing their long spoon to scoop. So, circling back to this young lady, she's young, she's new to politics, but she should keep her head down. As long as she has the backing of the executive, she will step on toes, no doubt, but she should know the battle that she will fight. She shouldn't fight the battles that she wouldn't win because at the end of it all, some of this will put behind. She's a lady. So that is also another aspect to this. As a politician, it's a tall order. Men can find their way, but it's very hard for women to do certain things. But nevertheless, I believe that in as much as we keep our book open, be open with Nigerians, and it's doing it with openness. I don't see how they will be able to succeed in changing the narrative and making painting a different color into society. I don't think so. But also that doesn't stop the government from interrogating or asking questions about whatever is being put out there. And as for the video you play, a woman, our brother from the Igbo land, was it his wife that he was talking to about serving him or something?
Is his partner, a South African partner?
Oh, they're just partners.
I don't know, but I couldn't say if it was a wife or not.
Let's just assume that the wife. And that location wasn't in Nigeria, but in South Africa, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Brother, I pity him.
If you take money, if you take money,
yeah, by the time by the time Olga Waya, he said we look like this my avatar right here. Because you leave your culture, you are telling another person from different background, different culture to imbibe your culture. It's gonna be hard. You have to compromise in certain at the middle. You have to meet her at the middle. The lady probably will be looking at him like, you must be crazy or you must be joking. I could sense that she was very respectful in some area. Not trying to be too front. But even if you are paying, even in Nigeria, let's assume that thing is happening in Nigeria. Look, I'm a very traditional person, but at the same time, life is changing. All right.
Yeah, exactly. We have to abandon a lot of this strategy. They don't hold, unless you have told that woman to stay at home, you go and earn all of the money and then her only duty is to look after the home. Then you can't have traditional wifely expectations in modern times.
Even at that, even if you are the breadwinner and the woman stays home to take care of the kids, there's some certain things that you just can't do anymore. Because look, to take care of kids takes a lot. By the time you come back, that woman is already drained. I stayed with my 2 years old, and I know what this lady puts me through. To the point that the whole day will be completely gone and useless, and you'll be solely on her and her only. So you can imagine when you have 2, 3 kids that this woman is taking care of. But I'm not saying that women should not aspire to be better and to be whatever they want to be. But the thing is, life is changing, and to the point that, some of the things that we hold as traditional are just, way of most of the time it's always about power. Even if you are the breadwinner, the money you are making, you are taking care of your wife and your kids. Who else will do that for you? Being served, well, if you are home and you expect your wife to serve you, I'm not saying that in some instances, your wife cook and she brings the food to you at the dining table or the where you're sitting down. But if you know that's who you are, you let her know from the beginning, from the get-go. One of the greatest mistakes that young men do when they are in a courtship or in a dating phase is that they don't tend to ask questions with the fear that, if you ask or dig too much, that this person might lose interest in you. You ask questions about the belief of the other person, religion, affiliation. When it comes to finances, what is this belief about finances? Even up to sex. So those are the things that you can ask each other and have an established template. But when it's not done, and you are expecting that other partner to imbibe your culture, that is a recipe to disaster. That marriage is heading towards, a trouble. But when you have understanding, that person is already have a preview of what your background, what your culture is all about. If it's something that he or she believes that he can imbibe and go with for the rest of his life, then she would, let you know upfront. But if she agreed to it and now decided to disengage now while already in a because look, human being changes, even in marriage, people tend to change. And if that is the case, that means somebody dropped the ball, right? So now you can now begin to question, okay, you told me at this point. But I believe that man right there, my brother right there, never really asked pertinent questions. So they met, everybody looking good, and they enjoy each other, and they're doing fine. But you're now expecting that she has to follow that tradition from Igboland. So I don't know. I wish him the best, but it's very amusing in the first place. So even with the diaspora, I'm trying to round up on that. Even we in diaspora, in the cold, in the summer, and every time, you barely see your spouse, and that's when you'll be asking that your spouse should be serving you when everybody is doing shift job and all that. Anyway, that's that about that.
All right. Let me take you to let me take you to the next talking point. But let me apologize for yesterday's second session, which was largely hosted by pardon me, was largely hosted by Two Niger. It was shaping up to be one of those epic sessions that we have. Because a lot of strong opinions were gathered to discuss important matters. But then I don't know quite how Pansat got into that session, and it nearly destroyed it, but it toned it down with a very petulant sort of behavior. So I have to apologize for that, because I was listening back, and as the conversation starts to get interesting, he will just do his blood-fanged nonsense and just try to, so I have to apologize. I'll speak to Tunaja about him. Tunaja was too really, he should have just kicked him out of the studio. And Ajande Koko should have instructed Tunaja to kick him out, because he really disrupted what could have been an epic conversation. So whoever felt put off by Tunaja's psychiatric behavior, apologies for, not Tunaja, Pansat's psychiatric behavior, apologies for that. Let me take you to this place, Dewale. Akeredolu remains, Akeredolu's remains arrived Nigeria. So now, that's the question, isn't it? Something even, I'm not quite sure why they've tried to wrap this thing around a mystery. Whether the guy died in Lagos, whether the guy died in Ibadan, or whether he died in Germany, the one thing that is established is that he's no longer with us. So the families come out to tell us that he died in Germany. The State House in Ondo State told us that he died in Lagos. But then the governor now, Ayedatiwa, he came out and told us that he died in Ibadan. But now they fly his remains back into the country under the national flag. What?
Oh man, are you there? Can anybody? Okay, go ahead.
Am I back? Yes, I think I dropped for a moment. So, what are you making of this rather convoluted narrative around Akeredolu's body? Why have they decided to go in this direction?
Um, I was reading this particular story in the office this afternoon, and I'm trying to make sense out of the first Bula Balu that I first put out there at the beginning. And honestly, I couldn't wrap my head around what could have, informed this misinformation in the first place. And we could tell, I mean, we all knew that there was, you know, kind of that miss wasn't that between the family and the administration in those days wasn't that smooth in the first place. But the fact that it's now coming out that the man died in Germany and the governor is saying something different, while the family also saying something different. It is obvious that the man didn't die in Nigeria. That's what I mean. He can't fly.
Yeah, but why wrap it in so much mystery is the thing? What's in play there?
I'm trying to place two and three together. Maybe when it was announced that the man was brought back to Nigeria, maybe he was actually in Germany, and but to douse the tension at that time, also not to run foul the legal aspect of his job function as a governor. He decided to put out information that the man has been back in the country and now in his own private home in Ibadan. Maybe that is just to make that statement more believable, so that I mean, is dead now, but nobody thought that it will end up this way. That is my own understanding of maybe that's what happened, because nothing should have informed this. He died here, he died there, and all that. I mean, what will it take to tell the people of Ondo State and Nigeria that the man died as a place? Is dead anyway. What would that have to do with his corpse? But I'm trying to say that maybe because it was announced that he came back, but never actually stepped foot on in this country, but decided maybe kept him in Germany, and the member of his cabinet were just lying to the public just to save face and retain power by all means. Maybe that was the reason why all this, because the governor said he died in Lagos, and the family says he died in Germany, and other people say he died in Lagos. So to me, a very convoluted circle, and nothing should have allowed this to happen in the first place. It's unfortunate, but people are blaming his wife, and I said, look, there's nothing to blame that woman for. Okay, that woman.
There might be a backstory to that blame. I think that woman has been moving a bit funky for quite a while now, so they've been watching her.
Don't let us assume that woman is not involved in day-to-day running of Ondo State. It's just a dutiful wife, and is looking out for her husband. Okay, privacy in Nigeria when it comes to public governance, people in the private sector, they can't see the difference between being in the public square and then being a private person. So they want to make sure that less information is being put out there, about the person in particular. The same thing with Tinubu's life. So, and they can actually distinguish between being a public person and a private person. But that woman is trying everything hard. She is not the one to declare that her husband is, can no longer function. All right, it is the duty of the legislator the cabinet member to inform the state assembly and say, look, this particular our principal is not, is incapacitated, and then they will now proceed with the rest of the procedure. But you don't expect the wife to go to the NTA tomorrow and say, my husband is now a vegetable, so he can't do anything. So you guys take care of each other. No, that woman kept mute. She never for once addressed the press or come out to say anything. But the media assume, or people now generalize and assume that she's the one behind the wheel and directing. No, she's just a dutiful wife, just like the Turaiwo did to her husband, and people credited that she was the one directing. No, when it comes to governance, the governor was governing with his chief of staff, and they are running the government. Now, the wife can only influence the decision of her husband. She cannot influence the decision of the state assembly. Okay, I understood that some of them might be completely blindly loyal to her husband, but for how much can she still? These people, they can only be loyal to you when you are still alive. The moment they know that you are incapacitated, they will turn their back on you. It's about that is life. So people blaming that woman, or assuming that woman is the remote control behind the travel that Emefiele his husband while still in Germany. I don't think so. I don't believe so. Because until I hear from her that this is where she stands on these issues, that's when I would now make my conclusion. Okay, she actually knew more than I assumed. But in as much as she kept her peace and doesn't get involved for crying out loud.
Dewale, what do you make of Showore's conspiracy theory that the governor actually died a while ago and they put his body on ice so that they can continue to loot the state coffers?
That is also a valid conspiracy theory. The reason why I said it's valid is because under this atmosphere of his cough or him being taken to Germany or died, anybody can assume anything. Anybody can assume anything. And in this case, Showore has a right to assume that the man was, died in Germany. But all this is all about power. It's all about, having power and, consolidating whatever power vested in the hands of maybe individual or collective individuals. So, but she can assume anything. So Showore is a stakeholder when it comes to Ondo State, right? So, and with that, she can say, look, this is my governor, I'm from Ondo State, and this is what is happening. What difference is that theory of somebody who died and hides his body and then, or just recently died in Germany, why the people assume that he died in Lagos? There's no difference. It's still the same theory. But it's unfortunate that, under these uncleared rumors of people now assuming, and it shouldn't be in the first place, but his death won't bring anything to Nigeria. So other than the fact that, his dead is dead and the power has transferred to another person. So everybody will be licking their wound, and whoever didn't win and whoever wins, will continue to consolidate, and whoever didn't win will be licking his wound. Is as good as that. But as far as Showore's conspiracy theory is concerned, I think to me it's valid. He can assume anything. I'm not saying what he assumes is true, but he can assume, and because of what played out, anybody can assume anything, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space, and then we'll see if Ajanle Koko is ready. Otherwise, we'll go on to Kulata. This one now is one in the eye for the obedience. Is one in the eye to the obedience. Port Harcourt refinery to complete test run this month. So this is NNPC now. So we saw the clips when they completed work and they started to flare gas, and they just took a micro clip and put that in the media space. So they've now started to test run now the 60,000 per day barrel capacity Port Harcourt refinery. So that's now set. So the test raw data is suspended for a few weeks, but latest by first week of February, there should be petroleum products coming out of that refinery. And we're not giving Dangote, because with Dangote now, they've delivered now 3 million barrels of crude to him. So all the excuses are gone now. So by early, no longer than the first part of the second week of February, the country should be awash with petroleum. One in the eye for the obedient, Dewale.
Thank you, one man. And for the Dangote, I heard that they will start producing the premium fuel, the petrol, until maybe later part of next year. So, this year, but I think the first batch will be diesel and the rest. So, but like you said,
yeah, and jet fuel, yes.
yeah. But, as far as this story of Port Harcourt Refinery is concerned, I'm a very optimistic person. Uh, Gas flaring does not happen in a vacuum. There must have been a product in the pipe for that fire to be burning, isn't it, one man? So
Definitely.
when I read it on X and some other quarters about the how pessimistic they were about this particular refinery. Look, I understood that the unions have been subjected to all kind of stories I watched about how government has been pumping money into this refinery. Look, I would take as any little story that brings positivity out about this refinery. I would take it any day, anytime. If NLPC confirms this story that this is what the project is all about, that the project will commence as they say, even though projects sometimes can get delayed. For those who are not in the project management circle or sphere, will not understand. Sometimes when you have certain hiccup, some contingency issue may happen that may cause a delay, a really terrible delay. But that can still be explained.
The window for hiccups has been exhausted by Dangote. This refinery should have opened a year and 2.5 years ago, according to all of the deadlines. I think it's run out of. It just needs to start pumping out those products now. Nobody wants to hear anymore.
So the Nigerians are not patient enough.
Midway, Buhari has been saying the completion date and we'll start pumping. They've moved the goalpost at least 7 times. It's run out of room for any more.
I would say that most of the hiccup that you could have is not really the technical or how should I put it now? Or equipment failure. I don't think so, because I want to believe that equipment that will be set will be, sophisticated and strong equipment. But sometimes the political play that comes to being when it comes to this refinery, it's still the pot. It's still the pot of soup that Nigerians are still, trying to scoop from, right? So, and sometimes these politics that play behind, some people are hell-bent in ensuring this refinery doesn't come alive in their lifetime. One man. They'll be feeding fat from the moribund status of these refineries. And now that it's coming alive, they want to make sure that they frustrate to the point that it will become, a flagship of failure of any administration, except if they are on the side of the government. Because sometimes politically, the government might decide to compensate those who are actually in charge of the maintenance of this and are taking this money. But I would take this story, this positive story, any day, anytime. At least, we know that at certain time in the year that we'll be looking forward to see what will come out from the refinery. Test run, they say. Dangote already have billions of barrels of crude now. I read it somewhere. I'm not a petrol engineer, but I read it that it takes a lot of barrels and millions to actually, able to have a full run of refinery like this. That you don't want to produce at the lower or minimal output, but you want to produce at the output that at least will keep the engine running, because some of this equipment you can't just shut it off like that, except you want to do a major maintenance repair. But once you turn it on, it has to keep running 24 hours day and night and all that. But I would take this story one man. I don't want to be like those people who doesn't believe in anything. I mean, the Nigerians have been taken for granted for a long time. I get that, but I have of opinion that we should be more, positive in our terms of, orientation towards Nigeria, especially when we have a project like this. I would take this, but at the same time, sometimes you want to believe it, but at the same time you're like, well, they said, how did they say? Hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Is that how they put it? You know, but I'll be much more optimistic about the what the NSTC actually put out there, that we can hold them accountable. If they fail, and they must have a very good explanation of why they would not be able to do the test run, or the test run would not, you to result into optimum running of the refinery woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Yeah, I admitted myself, but let me invite Ajande Koko into the conversation. Dewale, Ajande Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, what's up, woman?
Yes, it's just this different same SHIT. To the conversation, then the better, or do you want to come in at the refinery space, and we kick it off with a bit of good news? This is certainly good news for the Nigerian space, Ajande Koko.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man refinery. Is it for the Dangote or for Nigeria? Which one?
No, it's the Port Harcourt one, and they're telling us now that the test run now in progress, which is to tell you that by certainly, I mean, they can't test run for more than for more than 3-4 weeks. So certainly by the early part of next month, they should start pumping petrol out of that space.
That's a good news. That is it's a good news indeed, and that is going to move Nigeria from being a consuming state to a productive state. A lot of money that we spend, particularly the hard-earned forex that we spend for the importation of petrol and other products like diesel and all the rest, that will come to an end. We won't have to spend those forex again to import those products. We will have them in savings, and possibly we will have more money to put into the forex market, which could eventually stabilize the rate of naira against the foreign currency, dollar and the dollar. I mean, dollar and the pounds and others international currency. So we're going to be having a lot of savings as a result of.
Ajale Koko, for which refinery are you talking about that we're going to get all this savings?
He's talking about
Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt.
Yeah, but this is just phase one, which is 60,000 barrels. That's not going to save us.
Which is how many barrels?
It's just 60,000 barrels a day capacity.
Yeah, but what's that in liters though? That's the thing. 60,000 barrels.
I have to do.
No, don't do the math just yet. But that's just a rhetorical.
Yeah, but when they even say 60,000 barrels, it can take.
How much liter do we have in a barrel? That's what.
No, it's not even. That's not even the math, Janle Koko. I think it's 60,000 barrels of crude that it can process. Now we need to look at what it can generate in terms of the derivatives, the PMS, the diesel, the aviation fuel. So that will be way less than 60,000 per day. So we can't straight up say because everything is not PMS, right? I want to assume, I can go check,
That when they say the capacity is the crude that it can process, not the PMS it generates. I hope I'm correct.
Yes,
Well,
yes, you are right.
So what I'm
okay.
saying is we're not out of the hole yet until maybe Dangote starting to produce PMS and this one too is producing PMS because phase two Port Harcourt is still Q4 2024. And I mean, automatically, let's just call that next year. And that one is 150,000 barrels a day capacity. And that capacity is not 100%. Like refineries have, I mean, I've forgotten the term, but it's basically like you're saying the efficiency it can produce. So maybe 60%, 70%. I'm not using the right technical term, but something along those lines. But at least we start producing. You're right about that. But I just want to kind of like rein our expectation a bit.
And also when Dangote starts producing, it is not going to start producing. I think it's starting with diesel and jet fuel.
Yes,
Yes,
because
yeah.
those are the two fully deregulated products. I mean, diesel and jet fuel respond to market forces on like the mythical petrol that is stubbornly at one price for months and months and months. So Dangote probably will not get into petrol for a while because I mean, it's not a fully deregulated product as of today. It's not.
Do you think pressure from the federal government can push it because it's a political issue now, isn't it? That
No,
petrol.
it's business now. How is NMPC? He will want to like. I mean, look, petrol responds to the market. There are many things. The crude spot price impacts it, along with all sorts of costs, whatever war, whatever they're fighting, including speculation, including profiteering, and all those things. He's a businessman. But when you compare that with a zombie product that has no life, just remains the same price, regardless of whatever is going on in the prevailing market. So NNPC may be able to take a loss. Dangote will not be taking a loss. So maybe why we really want to get into PMS. I mean, yeah, you will have to sell it way more than what an NPC is is selling. So you will never do that for now. That's why it's better for him to do diesel and PMS because those are fully deregulated. They go with market forces. Excuse me.
It's all that Christmas jollof in there
Kí
is
ló
trying
jẹ?
to to
Kí
overdo
ló tún
Christmas.
fi jẹ báyìí?
To overdo Christmas.
Moti Soro, I spoke throughout today at work. I was presenting for hours. So my voice is almost gone. Let me go take Vicks or something.
Yeah.
Go and cool off. Go and cool off with some wine.
No. That was
Clear
part of
your
his
throat.
New Year resolution not to drink wine anymore, I suspect.
Ẹnu ni gbogbo yẹn.
Èmi ò kì í ṣe New Year resolution kankan. I don't do all that
You know,
nonsense.
it's the most ridiculous. The best time to stop anything is mid-year. If you are doing New Year's resolution, you're just setting yourself up to
No,
fail.
I would say the best time to stop anything is when you're ready. It may be
Yeah.
today or tomorrow. That year stuff, I mean, that was when I was young. I don't do all this sleep at church and be praying. I don't do all that stuff anymore. No. So no New Year resolution, no nothing. I don't kid myself. Exactly.
All right, back to you, Kula. Back to you, Ajale Koko.
So you say we're going to be producing like 60,000 barrels. Is that what you say?
Yeah, no, that's the capacity. I'm not quite sure if they're able to meet that capacity, but really more the space is that solutions to that vexatious petroleum thing starting to there's a light in the horizon now in that space somewhat.
Well, at least we are going to start production. Refinery that have been abandoned for years is coming back on stream. So whether we like it or not, job will be created, and some savings will still, save some money, no matter how little it is. And, we're going to be back to production, and that we can increase, we can do better. We just need to invite, investors to come and invest in that sector. So we could, in the future, increase that production capacity, and that'd be good for the economy, for our economy. So it's the right step in the right. It's a right step in the right direction. Economic activities will bounce back in that sector, and opportunities will be open. For investment and other things. So it's a whatever we can do now as a country to get back to production, I think will really put us on the right track. We have to start to produce what we use in Nigeria, start to consume our own product. We should be able to do it because we have the crude. If we don't have the crude, that's a different ballgame. We have the crude. We should be able to refine all the petroleum products in that country for our consumption and export as well. That is the only way out for that, for us to get our economy out of this mess that we found ourselves. So, to me, I think no matter how little it is, it looks like now, I believe we can improve and we can do better. And coupled with, coupled with that of Dangote, that will, that will get on stream too. I think we're going to be doing better. We should be able to produce as much as we can, as much as possible for our consumption. If at all we are going to import, it's going to be little. So we're going to be having a lot of savings in forex, that we can use for other productive means for the country. So it's a right step in the right direction, woman.
All right. Let me play you a couple of clips, Ajane Koko. So we're picking it up again from that Sanwo-Olu encounter with a soldier boy driving against traffic, and Sanwo-Olu effecting the soldier boy's arrest. But it looks as though the military boys, they are not pleased with this. So we pick it up with what Sanwo-Olu did, and then we'll go on to how the military are responding. So let's pick it up from here.
Don't pick two of them. Sit down. Sit down. Put him there. Then your father come and arrest. Let's go come and rescue. I'm a soldier, Augusta. That's even the more reason. That's even the more reason I'm going to lock you up. That's even the more reason. You're telling me you're a soldier. That's even the more reason. I'm going to lock you up. Get out there. Sorry, sir. Get in down there. Very sorry, sir. This boy, you're telling me you're a soldier. Just take 4 of them. Yeah, lock him up. Telling me he's a soldier. Put him there.
All right. So that was where it started. Sanwo-Olu effected the arrest of a soldier boy that was driving driving in the wrong direction, driving in the opposite direction of traffic flow. But the barracks, they are coming out to give a response.
Soldier wey dey suffer day and night. How much they pay soldiers? I hear say they now shoot wey iron dey that last corporal hand. You just come from, you don't take your drug, they call yourself governor. They misbehave up and down. Who the fucking hell are you, governor? So who the fucking hell are you? Who are you? This say na me you go jam that day. I no go. You are calling me useless. I will useless you there. Almighty. Don't you kuwarka. Don't you kuwarka. Ayé ya ma bàjẹ́ dànù ni Governor Sanwo-Olu. You are mad. Calling a soldier useless. Serving you, and if you want to do your dirty work, you call soldiers. You are mad. You are mad, and all of you wey dey comment rubbish, you are stupid. Go check Ojo Road good. Ojo Road good. Come see Ozula, everything cost.
So Ajane Koko, so that's the military coming in. There are two clips. I'm just waiting to download the other one. Well, it looks as though the barracks they are quite angry with how Sanwo-Olu handled that particular space, and I think they were especially miffed by him calling that soldier a useless boy or something. So apparently that soldier he had seen action, and is carrying an artificial hand for reasons of his hands being blown up in a Borno, somewhere like that. So what are you making of the military response? I have an even stronger one. As soon as that downloads, I'll play to you. But what are you making of that, Ajane Koko?
That is not military response. This is a response from some guys that are some rascal in the military. Military officer should behave responsibly in the public because they are trained to respect the law as well. They are trained. They were not trained to disobey the law. They are not trained to violate the law. So this guy that released this video cussing out the governor, cussing the governor's wife, I think the chief of army staff, or I don't know who could be responsible for discipline in the military, should come out and make a statement. And one military officer not to make any derogatory statement against Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu have not done anything wrong. Sanwo-Olu is the commander-in-chief in Lagos State, commander-in-chief of security of Lagos. And he cannot be driving and see people openly violating the law and does not act when he is in his vehicle. So Sanwo-Olu did the right thing to enforce the law. He's the chief security officer of Lagos State. So he enforced the law. And more so, that guy should be punished more than even the civilians. Because as a military officer, he knows the law. He knows that it's wrong to drive against the opposing vehicle. So the military chief, I think, should come out, or whoever in charge of discipline in the military should pick up this guy and discipline him and make a statement that whoever that come out to make derogatory statement and nonsensical statement against the governor will be thoroughly disciplined. That is what they should do. These people, they are not. In what way are they even better than us, the civilian? They are not better than us. The profession of military does not make them better than any other profession. Doesn't make them better than any, and they are not trained to disrespect the law. So a military officer acted rascally and in disobedience to the law, and the governor picked him up and asked him to be taken to where you be disciplined, and they are coming out with video after video. I mean, what kind of rascality do we have? What kind of stupidity is happening in that country? And it's just the mentality that this military have built for so many years that they can do and undo and then get away with it. This is civilian administration. They should be submissive to civilian rule. So this guy that is cursing out the governor and saying all sort of things against the governor mother should be picked up and disciplined by the military. That is the way to send a signal to them that, look, civilian authority is in charge of Nigeria, and all military officers must show total submission to the civilian rule. We pay. We buy them the uniform. We pay for their salary. We, the people, pay the taxes that, take care of their well-being in the military. So they can't say because they carry gun and then and think that, yes, they can disrespect the law or just act stupid and make statements against the governor of the state. It is highly irresponsible and unprofessional for this guy particularly. This is what the country has turned to. They are not well trained. They can't behave well in the public. They behave like thugs. It's unfortunate that I can be talking like this to military. In what way does it even look like a military officer? A military officer that is a professional military officer will not come out and issue a video. It's against the ethics of their profession to come out and release video and be abusing the governor of a state, particularly. Not even just a civilian. Even though a civilian, they don't have to release video. You remember one man, you remember this lady, this officer that was doing some TikTok. I don't know what she was doing. You remember that she was disciplined? I think it was like...
Yes. I remember that actually. Female officer, was he dancing or something on TikTok?
They were dancing, and they said it's against the ethics of their profession. When you are in a uniform, you don't do all this crap. So how come that military officer cannot behave, with a high level of civility? What is it? What is missing in our country? A whole governor. Maybe it's a recruit. These people they call recruit. This maybe it's just the lowest of the lowest rank.
Constabulary. Do you remember those soldiers that were sacked for trying to get money off that Dutch woman?
Yeah.
Those are police officers.
No, police officers, yes. They come out in the public space to say that they have not been paid for a year.
These people that just recruited, that have no rank, person that have no rank, Rukutu, coming out to talk nonsense against the people's governor, a governor that people elected to manage the resources of the state, the number one citizen of the state. Who hell? I mean, what is going on in Nigeria?
All right, Ajale Koko, let me play you a clip. It's nothing to do with Nigeria, but it's the most audacious clip that I think I've seen this in the last in recent times. I've not the audacity of it is one of the most viral clips on social media over the last 2 days or so. But the audacity of it is quite astounding. Just the sheer gall of this guy. It's an unbelievable conversation. It lasts about 5 minutes, and your mouth will be wide open all the way through. Watch this.
Oh, I've got problems with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, so why are you here to me?
Well, it's your Wi-Fi, isn't it? Have you done so?
Okay, but I've not got a problem with my Wi-Fi.
Well, I've got problems with your Wi-Fi. You've put a password on it.
What do you mean?
Look, how long have I been here now? I've been here 2 years. I've happily used the Wi-Fi, and now I see that you've put a password on it, and I can't use it. I think you're being unreasonable.
Sorry, what? Sorry. Wait, what? What did you say?
Look, it's very simple. You have Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah, I have Wi-Fi, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, I've been happily using your Wi-Fi now for a couple of years, and all of a sudden you put a password on it, and I've got no access. I tell you what, you let me have your password, and that's the end of the problem.
Yeah, but hold a minute. You've been using my Wi-Fi.
Well, I don't know how much of your Wi-Fi it is. I mean, it's a signal, isn't it? Right? Well, the signal doesn't remain just within your four walls. So what comes out here is public. It's on public property, right? It's public. So I can use the signal.
Okay, but now you can't because I put a password on it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. So look, there's two things we can do. One is, and I think the easiest thing is, let me have your password. Or, of course, you can always remove your password. I mean, it's just pretty easy, really. Simple as that.
Yeah,
and that would solve the problem for both of us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is like, I'm paying for it. And, like, why? Yeah, but the thing is that, like, okay, so I put a password in it. Yeah, I put a password on it because my Wi-Fi was being really slow. And my broadband suggested for me to put a password on it to make it faster. But obviously, because they thought other people were using it, and coincidentally, someone else was using it.
No, I think that's very unreasonable. I mean,
How is it unreasonable?
There's got to be
my
a
Wi-Fi
bit
was
of
being slow because someone else was using it, and coincidentally, it was you who's using it.
Well, it was probably me.
Yeah, we've established that. And then my Wi-Fi was being slower inside my house, so my broadband suggested to put a password on it.
Look, I don't mind how slow it runs. Actually,
No. I understand that you don't mind how slow it runs, but I do.
Well, okay, but that's the Wi-Fi within your house. What about the Wi-Fi that's coming out the walls? And that's what I'm using. I don't mind how slow that runs. It's good enough for me.
Yeah, but like, what I'm trying to say is that Wi-Fi is still mine.
Well, okay, if you want to use some of it, I mean, you can sit in your garden and you can use the Wi-Fi there. I don't mind. But if you've got a lot of work to do, maybe you can let me know that you're using it so that, it doesn't interfere with the downloading.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, like, right now I put a password on it. So then, like, now it's just mine.
Yeah, well, you can't, I'm sorry, Fruit, but you're being unreasonable. It's not neighborly. But we're trying to be neighborly about these things. So you keep your Wi-Fi within the house, lock the windows, close the door, seal up the letterbox, but anything that comes out through the walls is public.
But it's not public, though, is it?
Well, it is. It always used to be.
Well, yeah, because I didn't put a password on it. But now I put a password in it, I protected it.
Well, I don't think that's being very neighborly, actually.
How is it not neighborly?
And
like,
you could have given
your front door. So basically, yeah. If you've left your front door open, you've left your front door open,
right.
I've then gone inside it and helped myself to a sandwich in your kitchen or whatever, blah blah. Is that then neighborly?
So long as you wipe your feet. Well, actually, and probably give us a bit of notice.
Exactly.
Well,
like, I've only just found out for the last 2 years you've been using my Wi-Fi. I've been paying for Wi-Fi every year for the last 2 years, every month for the last 2 years, It was been slow. I keep calling the network up saying my internet is slow, blah blah, and they've told me now, okay, put a password on it. I put a password on it. The last week my internet's been working perfectly fine, and then you're saying, hey, I've been using it for the last 2 years. Like, since when? Why? Why were you using it?
Because it's there. I mean, I don't understand why you don't grasp what's happening here. You pay for the Wi-Fi within your house, and what leaks outside through the walls is for anybody else to use. Now, you put a password on it.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well, it's sort of common knowledge, isn't it? Really?
What common knowledge?
Well, well, it's just the done thing. I don't understand why you can't grasp it. I mean, it's like litter, isn't it? Right? You empty your bins, and what falls on the floor, other people will pick it up. So that's how I see that's your Wi-Fi, isn't it?
So, Adale Coco, what are you making of that? That's probably what one of the most bizarre conversations that I think I have ever heard. Heard,
Wama, you think that guy is not Nigerian?
The other guy.
Yeah, you sure? No, the white man said he needed the password. Yeah, love free stuff.
But it seems somewhat confounded that the guy was being unreasonable for protecting his. It's almost inviting me out to a fight. I mean, and it wasn't a skit. Or that was caught on that guy's CCTV. You know that thing that people put on their house. To say, yeah. Can you believe that?
I mean, I couldn't.
Only in the UK, it will never happen in any. Only here.
I couldn't believe what I was.
It says it's on neighborly. I mean,
it's on neighborly. What's going on?
The guy couldn't put words together. Hold on. What? Could you believe that?
It's a when the Wi-Fi is leaking through the wall to the public, it's meant for the public.
And he's asking him to hand over his password. Otherwise, he will beat him up. I mean, can you believe that?
Well, man, this is the most funniest video I've ever watched. It's like, I mean, it looked like a stage managed to me, but the conversation doesn't make me believe that it's stage managed. It looked like stage managed, but the conversation is so intense and so how do I describe it? You can see the real.
You know what frustrated that white guy. I think he said he'd been using the guy's Wi-Fi for free for 2 years. That's already. But is that even criminal something? If the Wi-Fi is out there and it's not password protected, and he's not left the comfort of his house and is getting free Wi-Fi, so what do you prosecute him on? But what frustrated him, by my own reckoning, was that he was probably waiting to whatever it is that he watches regularly on online using this guy's free Wi-Fi, and then suddenly he couldn't access it. And in anger, he then did that British work and knocked rat-tat-tat on the neighbor's door and say, excuse me, oh, fruit, and all that. Oh, yeah, can you please hand over your password before I call the police?
But one man,
unbelievable.
But one man, how would he know that? How did he know that the Wi-Fi is coming from that guy's house, though?
I know. It may know for reasons of proximity. I suspect. The signals and whatnot. The way the houses are here, they are right next to each other.
Oh, okay. Well, it is. This is unbelievable, one man. It's just one of those things that you can see in this modern world, and you could just open your mouth and you'll be shocked that what am I listening to? So this guy, it looked to me. I was looking at it from the beginning that it was state managed, but the intense conversation and the seriousness in that conversation. It's not. I finally concluded that it's not state managed. It's real. So this British guy, I don't know what is wrong with him. I don't know whether he's on he is on drug, and maybe his regular drug. He didn't take it that day, and something in him pushed him to go and. Knock on the door of the neighbor and be asking why did he put password on his Wi-Fi. So It's just unbelievable, one man. It's comical too. It's interesting to watch that.
You know that clip has done the rounds. Everybody has, even my wife sent it to me. It's just everybody that it's just the
Like gone
audacity.
viral.
The audacity.
I saw it. I saw it yesterday. It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Why?
But that is a entitlement mentality where you believe that you can share other people's things without permission from the owner. And when the owner, I mean, it's just ridiculous in the first place. But I think it's also cultural thing. Somebody said in the comment section that is common in the UK that people do use some things that are more or less like it's private, but as long as it's available, then people will use it and believe that they're also entitled to use it. I don't know how true is that, woman. Is there that comments in it?
No. I think it's within rights to use it if the guy did not password protect it. But I think it's crossed the line to go and knock on his door. If it's there, then he can use it now. If you don't password protect it, he switches us into his computer. It picks up a signal and it's just away with it. All right, that was just a little. It's made the round so much. I just thought I'd bring it here for people to.
Can I do a Bajele Kukubai real quick on what he said?
Yeah, carry on.
I read something in the comment section too, because I like to, carry the comment section along as well in our conversation. Somebody said that you cannot arrest a military officer, that is being their arrest is being handled within the barrack or within the force, and I think that is a wrong thing to say, because a military officer is still also subject to, the law of the land. So whether the man was arrested by the gate of the barrack or on the public road, he's still subject to every law, every local law being made, in that area where the barrack is sited. But if it happens within the barrack, that is when the military will now, subject that officer to their internal discipline process. But for the fact that it happens outside the barrack or within the vicinity of the barrack, so it's subject to the law. And the governor also has the executive power to effect the arrest of anybody within his jurisdiction. So what actually played out there, that he was exercising his right, his power as the executive of the state. So what that hula balu, that idiot, was saying on that video, like Babajale Koko said, he doesn't know what he's talking about. These folks have been granted or given privileges over the year. They believe they are above board. One of the comments said bloody civilians, stupid, all those negative word, which colorful negative word that they use against the government. But these are the people that we are pushing forward to defend the territorial integrity of the country, which to me, like Babadele Koko said, they are not trained. They are not. They don't even know they are left to right. And these are the people that we handed weapons to defend us. God help us. But governor can arrest anyone, even if in uniform. And that is after the law take its course. Now the force will now take over and discipline that person within their own whatever procedure that they use within the force.
All right, hold your thought on that space, Ajale Koko. Let me play a clip that speaks to what maybe addresses it or not, but it certainly speaks to it. Let me play a clip that speaks to the space that Dewale just opened up.
Okay, watch this video up here. Watch it.
That's even the more reason. That's even the more reason I'm going to lock you up. That's even the more reason. They're telling me you're a soldier. That's even the more reason. I'm going to lock you up. Get out of there. Get in down there. Very sorry, sir. This is where you're telling me you're a soldier. Just take 4 of them. Then lock him up. Telling me he's a soldier. Put him there.
Did I just hear your governor calling a soldier, a lance corporal, useless? He called a lance corporal useless. Lance corporal, that's now this notice the man broke his arm. They fired the man for hand like this. Now iron thing in hand. Now iron. a lance corporal now for there you they call a soldier useless in front of who? In front of all those idiots, those bastard civilians. DSS they push a soldier in any situation you meet yourself as a soldier, but see, but now 5 seconds I may give you for you to compose yourself. After that, you must know how to reply that, even reply any attack, anything that comes your way. Because he's a governor, I know. Yes, everybody will be shocked that oh boy, governor can't arrest me. Me, I don't say I did perfect to. I don't know say I did perfect. I'm not perfect for this world. But in any situation like this, beside your barrack far, beside your barrack, nobody, nobody can arrest you for that side. Nobody, I say nobody can arrest you. Because see, but you have to tell the man, say, sir, if you stand your ground, nobody will slap you for that. No DSS can slap you, no police can slap you. Say you refuse to go. Okay, you want to arrest me for who? When MP day, military police day, what is my offense? Okay, I pass one way. Beside my barrack, what if I just go outside? Maybe I want to go and buy something, or I just carry bike. I want to go and buy something. Do I have to go and follow the long roadway down because I want to go and buy something? Who does that? In which army? So now a governor have the God to go and he's even calling the soldier useless. So see, Lagos to the see peace. Let's talk true. Let's talk the truth. Lagos to the see peace. Let us assume that all this not inside here, not is where they here. Even that not is the man there now. We say the main soldier well. See now for there the governor will just carry his convoy. You will say you even they pass one way far. You go now they say me then they arrest soldiers. Guy pick this one, pick this one. Soldier. See, he also constitutes nuisance himself. The governor he constitutes nuisance. See, you are pursuing civilians. What if they go and have any accident for there? You're not saying the governor is now acting like it out himself. Governor far. You are supposed to respect yourself. If the soldier refuses, say he's not going anywhere, they're not born anybody where they're slapping for there. If he refuses, the governor won't shift to soldier. If the governor carries his hand up like this, you know say he don't buy job himself. They no born the governor where making carrying hands up. If any of my senior, if any NCO or any officer say, Alpha, you go to even if now one day, second lieutenant I go to I will go. If MP arrest me, say I go to Gaza, but governor no get the God to just say, Kai, you go to Gaza. You won't go lock you up. Now you don't put.
So what that guy was suggesting was that rather than say go lock him up, it should have been handed to the military police.
How would he hand him over to military police? Do we have military police around?
The incident happened right in front of a barrack, army barrack.
Yeah, he said he will go and lock him up. What I believe, he doesn't have any any guard room somewhere. I believe he would have handed him over to police or to some military, or maybe the DSS will take action on him. I don't know what they have done for this guy. But you see, this other guy with this stupid talk again, all this sense of entitlement by this military corporal, or what did you call them? This sense of entitlement that they can do and undo, I think we have to put it to an end. Look at the statement he made that, maybe the guy wanted to go and buy something. Why must he have to take a long road when there's a shortcut driving against oncoming vehicle? What kind of mentality is that? I mean, this mental issue, a lot of Nigerians have mental issue that should be checked. You understand? If you evaluate average Nigerian, you know they have some kind of issue. Yeah.
This is how you know that the kind of military officers that we have.
That is it.
Just
look at what I'm saying again.
There are sorry cases. Very, very. As a matter of fact, this particular one, that video that the woman played, if the military were to do it, they need to fish him out and then discipline and dismiss him from the force. Because you can't just use a public space like this to propagate things that are not true. The kind of privileges that they enjoyed during the military reign, as bastardized, or should I say, keep that orientation. They believe that they are above board and they cannot be disciplined by the public or, except the military. In America, police will arrest a military, a soldier, even with your uniform on. As a matter of fact, there was a scenario that played out.
Yes.
You know
Yes.
that guy kid. There was
Particularly if they're pulling over and they discover that is DUI, if
yeah
driving, under
under the influence.
drug influence, they will carry
Yeah.
him. They will handcuff
Oh
him
yeah.
immediately
Straight
while
up.
in uniform.
It's they need to be reoriented. This guy was saying that it could only happen in the south, where that it can't happen in the north. I mean, you remember when was it Zulum, one of these governors that was that the bandits almost hijacked his convoy and killed. Is it Zulum? Uh,
Yes, it was.
it was okay. So you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
imagine what the
Zulu.
governor will
Yeah.
be. Can that happen to Lagos State governor, or let's say River State governor? Do you think that can happen? Absolutely no. It's because the kind of culture that they have up in the north. This guy could be saying all these nonsensical things because they believe they are above board. He was even saying that, can the governor who is taking one way, how can a governor take a one way? I mean, it could happen. I mean, Lagos State is different. Lagos State is right there in your face. Everybody knows what's going on in Lagos.
If the governor was driving one way, it would not have had the moral authority to effect the arrest.
Absolutely, absolutely. But then the guy was even, for the fact that he opened his mouth to say I'm a soldier, tells you that these people do not even know they are left to their right. Babajale Koko. They don't.
He even I mean, that statement is ridicule the military right there. He should be punished for that. He ridicule military profession. So the people in charge of discipline should discipline him seriously. I mean, he should have kept quiet. He can tell them behind the scene, oh, this is this, and just say something,
You know,
say, but
Babajale
you
Koko.
are pointing to the governor. Oh, I'm a military officer. You shouldn't do anything. That is what he was insinuating. Oh, I'm a military officer now. I can drive like that.
Hmm. You know, Babajale Koko, you remember the scenario that played out in was it what is this estate where Sanwo-Olu was ordering what is this police officer?
Police officer to call
Yeah,
the general.
to call their superior and giving them order and what is going to happen in his state. And that one defied the order and decided to, go with the order that was given to him initially, and decided to not to listen to the governor. That was when I knew that we don't, man, Nigeria is in the dustbin, completely trash. Because IG order supersede the executive governor of a state.
That is not good.
No, no, it's not. So the state governor will fold his hands while the military and the police are having havoc in his state and won't be able to do nothing. Chai. Man, Nigeria, what is the difference between these military people and the man that was demanding for a Wi-Fi password? Oh man.
That one is even worse. That guy should have called
A
police on him.
mentality. Oh
Eh?
God.
Eh? If we are to be America, yeah, that guy could fire his head.
That guy could have shot him. He wouldn't do it in America anyway. That guy
I
would have
can
shot him.
assure you there will be no explanation, there will be no conversation about that. Ain't no way
He's an
anybody is
intruder.
conversing
He's
about
an
that.
intruder.
No, I mean, sometimes people just say, look, you need to get off my property. In the next 1 second, I want you to disappear. And if you don't, I'm going to call the police on you. I mean, that can only happen in one man's country anyway. So
The sense of entitlement in this country is unreal.
yeah.
And it's a very unfriendly country as well. Although it can be friendly, but people avoid eye contact. They would rather not have a conversation with you than they would. If you ask them for help, they'll help you, but they would rather not even have anything to do with you. And it's not a black-white thing, no, it's just people in general. They don't want anything to do with anybody.
Former, is that what they call stiff upper lip?
It's stiff upper lip. Oh no, the stiff upper lip is when something happens, you don't no reaction. You know the Queen's motto: never complain, never explain. So that's how the system works. Never complain, never explain.
Hey, even the topic you just displayed now that Johnny Cook is about to talk about, I'm looking at it and I'm laughing, hysterically, like, what the heck is going on with that country? In compare with what we were just discussing about the soldier, the military guy, and this stuff. I'm trying to link all of them together. Nigeria need the reorientation, complete reorientation, that they will be educating them that this is what you need to do. It's sickening, man. It is.
Yeah. So I think it's unfortunate that those people that release those two videos that you just play, one man, they are northerners, and it should tell us something that some people in some part of the country, this entitlement mentality that the country belongs to them, they have the gun, they dominate the military, therefore they are untouchable. I think it's just bad for them, and that is
I think the first guy was a Yoruba guy. Actually, when I was looking at him,
it's not Yoruba.
It looked like
But,
BQB. You know that BQB
hey,
that
look at
sometimes.
BKB, but
Yes.
it was speaking Hausa before you start talking Yoruba.
Yes, because it's been in the north. Look.
Soldier wey dey suffer day and night. How much dey pay soldiers? I hear say they na shoot wey iron dey that last corporal hand. You just come from, you don't take your drug, you dey call yourself governor. They misbehave up and down. Who the fucking hell are you, governor? So who the fucking hell are you? Who are you? This say na me you go jam that day. I no go. You are calling me useless. I will useless you there. Almighty. Dan Chukwuwarka. Ayé ìyá ẹ̀ máa bàjẹ́ dànù ni Governor Sanwo-Olu. You are mad.
That's a Yoruba. That's BQB in a second job.
It looked like him. It looked very much like
BQB brother.
BQB military. So one man is just very bad. These soldiers, you can see the way it shows they are not well trained. It shows that even when they are well trained, they don't. I mean, it's just bad for the country. It's just very bad. Ordinary Rukutu be saying all sort of things against the governor for what? Leave that to the commander or the those senior officers in the military to handle it. I mean, this is just an act of indiscipline in the military. Very, very bad and very shameful. Let me leave it there.
All right, let me take you to this last talking spot, and then I go from you to Kulata. Arewa youths reject CBT. Arewa youths reject CBT mode for WAEC exams. Says method will lead to mass failure. So the CBT is a computerized system. It says the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum has rejected the proposed computer-based test format in the forthcoming West African Examination Council that to be conducted in the country. So what are you making of that? That surprised me somewhat, that the moment they want to digitalize the space, they feel that the game will be up.
Those guys, like Adewale was saying, those guys are not ready to read hard and prepare for exam. They are looking for Udu. But it's not good that those Arewa youth could publicly make a statement like this. That
where did you become one man?
Thank you for the correction. Thank you for the correction. So, Arewa youth making this kind of statement publicly is very shameful, very bad. It just show that what they should be doing to encourage those students to study hard, prepare hard for exam, and let them know that the better they can do in their examination open a better opportunity for them in the future and career they want to pursue in life, but rather trying to, trying to call on the examination board not to go computerized the way they are intending to go. So it is. Did they mention in that report why they don't want it? I mean,
yes, they're saying the majority of that space is not computer literate. Let me give it to you. It's just a short read. The Arewa Youth Consultative Forum has rejected the proposed computer-based test format in the forthcoming West African Examination Council examinations to be conducted in the country. Disclosing this in a statement in Kaduna on Friday, the national president of the Youth Forum, Yerima Shetima, stated that adopting such a model for the such a mode for the exam will lead to mass failures for students, especially in rural areas where computer skills are scarce or absent. Recall that the acting head of the Public Affairs Unit of WAEC had, in a statement, announced the ditching of paper and pencil test models for the CBT mode for the conduct of the senior secondary school certificate examination, which, according to her, was in line with global best practice. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Mr. Shetima said the CBT exams should have been made optional, which, according to him, would have provided students the opportunity to choose the format they are most comfortable with and capable of attempting successfully. He claims that the research conducted by the forum in selected northern states such as Zamfara, Jigawa, Taraba, Adamawa, Nasarawa, and Plateau revealed that the CBT exams consistently led to misleading failure rates among students attending public schools where computer skills were often not taught. Mr. Shetima said, even the Joint Examination and Matriculation Board CBT exams have placed underprivileged students in a predicament as they struggle to answer questions in an unfamiliar format. So somebody that wants to go to university doesn't know how to switch on a computer, essentially in the north, is what they are telling us.
Look, one man, I think whatever I said earlier against this Arewa youth, I think I withdraw it. Whatever I said earlier bad against them, I withdraw it. Right. I think listening to the reason, particularly urging the the examination board to make it optional, I think I support that. I think it makes sense. And particularly another reason that those in public school were not trained on how to use computer. How would they conduct? I mean, how would they sit for exam computer, people that are not taught how to use computer. So I think the examination board should listen to them and make it optional for students to choose whichever way they want to write their exam, either on the computer or written form. So I totally support them, and I think they did a good job to make a public statement in this regard, because I believe they are fighting for the interest and the goodwill of those students. So it has to be optional. I agree with them in totality. Everything they said, I agree with them. It's not meant. It's not the other way. I mean, what I was thinking before was not what the statement meant. The statement they issued is meant to protect those students, so that they can do well in the exam and not fail the exam, not for the reason that they didn't prepare it, but for the reason that they don't have that knowledge how to use the computer. So it has to be optional. People that go to private school that are trained to use computer, yes, those one can go on computer, write their exam via computer means. And those that are not trained to use computer in a public school can go written format. So I think I'm on board with them. I support them. They should keep that. They should, go to the minister, if possible, the federal minister, lodge their complaint and fight it to the end that those students in public school, their interests is well protected, and they shouldn't be open. They shouldn't allow WAEC, this WAEC format to fail those students. So I'm on board with them. So I salute their courage in fighting for the well-being of those students. So that's my take on that one.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let's go from here, Janleko, to Kulata. So Kulata, you're up next. Kulata.
Hey, before you go on Kulata,
yes.
Kulata, please. Before you go on Kulata, let me. I think you brought something on this thing. Dangote's.
Yes. Yes. They seem Dangote doesn't seem to be the flavor of this particular administration. Remember when we did this? Actually, I'll take you to two more spaces. Dangote doesn't seem to be the flavor of this administration. Remember when we did a story when it was made to wait for hours to see Tinubu. So now it looks as though now they are sending the EFCC after him. EFCC probes Dangote BUA 50 orders over FX transactions with CBN. So these are the offshoots of that Jim Obazie investigation.
Look, one man, we have what we suspected on this platform that have been happening with Dangote refinery, postponing the opening of that refinery for operation several times for several years at several times, is what is this situation is referring to. We have said it here that Dangote might have been doing some round tripping with this, what do you call it? This forex being provided for him time and time in an effort to build this refinery. I mean, when you want to build anything, particularly a structure like that, you give a timeline. Funds were provided. So why they promise, oh, we're going to open it for operation, and this time you postpone. I think it's about 3-4 times. One man that
we covered quite a few of them here. It will tell you that it's usually in a month's time. I don't know quite why they don't give themselves a longer time. And then that time will pass, and then nothing appears in the news. And then yes.
And then that one will pass again, and another time. I mean, so look, as far as this investigation is concerned, this guy in charge of his investigation and his team must do a thorough job. The president must not hold them back, must not stop them from exposing anybody in that country that is involved in the corrupt practices with Emefiele, particularly when it has to do with Forex, our commonwealth. Some people sharing it among themselves at the detriment of the country, and the adverse effect of that have brought us to where we are today as a country with poor economy, almost battered, completely battered economy, like no future. Look at the rate, the naira devalued every day. It's as a result of this forests that were shared among friends for reason of, running one business or the other, international business, the share dollar, in such a manner that is against the law of the country. So, so as far as I'm concerned, I think the president should let these people do their job. If Dangote organization, if necessary to investigate them, their account books and records should be thoroughly, they should, if necessary, I'm not saying if the investigation found it necessary to check on their books and know what the Forex taken from central bank several times, what are they used for? So as I'm glad that in that report, the head of the organization, I'm not talking of Kamkute, maybe the manager or the general manager, I don't know, was able to provide they requested for some document. They checked it while in their office, and they carted away. I mean, they took away some document from them as well. So what this is telling us is that Dangote organization might be culpable in some corrupt practices that Emefiele perpetrated while in office. So Dangote organization now, with this incident, I think the several countries around the world that are doing business with Dangote will be very interested to know the outcome of this investigation. Particularly the United States, if it's doing business with the United States, I believe the FBI will be on the standby now
They will show interest in this investigation, and they have a working relationship with what do you call this guy, the EFCC. So because they train them, they train a lot of their staff that that in charge of operation and investigation. A lot of them were trained in US and Europe and stuff like that. So it is not good for the image of Dangote and his foreign partners as well. I believe there will be a lot of them will have been calling him to know what is going on, what is the problem. International investors and financiers will want to know what is going on. Maybe he's lying to them, or maybe he's doing some other things that is hiding some things. It's for some financial record and stuff from them. So they would like to know. So Dangote's organization, I think the image is on the line now, and his own image, particularly as well as the richest man in Africa, is on the line because
second richest.
Is it second? I think it's the richest.
No, it's now second.
I think the South African guy overtook him. Is it this week or?
Yeah, one Oyinbo guy has bumped him. Yeah.
Yes.
The devaluation of the currency must be what is responsible for that too. I
Benny.
think it's billion recently.
It is now 8 billion or something, 8.5 billion.
No more free money to get. He was never the richest person. We're just getting free money.
Some people don't want to hear that statement. So Nigeria don't happen to Dangote now too. So, it's international partners, investors, financiers. I think they'll be looking at this. That what is this guy doing? Well, what is it? Why is he being investigated? And they would like to know the outcome of this. And I hope the president will not do paddy in this respect. And I believe this will spread to some other billionaires in that country, as well as some other, like maybe traditional leaders, religious leaders. A lot of them might be culpable in these corrupt practices that Emefiele perpetrated in office. So it's a good thing. Nobody should be above the law when it comes to, getting things right in that country at the moment. Everybody that investigation leads to be investigated should be investigated thoroughly and should be exposed if necessary. They should not hide anything from us. And if they should just do it right. So these guys are doing a great job. This is a good news to me. I don't know how some other people take it, but to me, I think it's a good news. I respect Dangote. I respect, his business acumen and what he's doing as a businessman, having investment in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. I respect him, but he cannot get involved in corrupt practices, particularly when it has to do with the commonwealth of the people of Nigeria. He cannot get involved in that. He should do his business clean in such a transparent manner that, can justify that, yes, it's a real a man with, a business acumen to justify his position as one of the richest men in the world. So one man, Dangote image is on the line. His organization is on the line. FBI will be looking forward for that outcome of that investigation, and maybe the Secret Service in your country as well, and some other European country, wherever he have partners doing business, they'll be looking forward to know what is happening. So, thank you, woman. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Coco. So that was the magical Ajale Coco. Up next, Kulata. So Kulata, you're up next. Come into the conversation at whichever entry point, or would you like me to
I
continue?
don't have an entry point. That's the thing. I've just been thinking. Nothing is really going on in the news.
Let me bring you to this space. Ajale, not Ajale Coco, but Kulata. Nothing to do with Nigeria, but it's something that I've been monitoring and I'm forming thoughts on. U.S. presidential candidate Nikki Haley explains why she has refused to rule out serving as Trump's vice president. So this is narrative of Nikki Haley, who tells us that she is fighting to become president and she's going to win, but she's not ruled out the possibility of becoming or of running as a vice to Trump. But my thinking is a lot of this so-called, in fact, probably most of the field in the Republican Party, or yes, in the Democrat Party, I think I should say, they are actually running for that vice presidential slot, especially that Vivek, the Indian guy. He desperately running for that vice presidential slot. So, am I right in that conclusion? Because of course, deep down, and they're always in any interview, they're always fawning and gushing whenever they're referencing Trump, who they are meant to be fighting against for a ticket. So you're meant to be slaughtering him, but anytime you listen to Vivek, it sounds as though he's more the campaign manager for Trump than actually running to rival him. So are you of the same thought that these people are running to be vice president? And if you are, who do you think is in the lead in that race?
I'm one of the people least interested in our next presidential what's it called? Because I'm not going to vote for any of them because I can't stand both Trump or Biden. I really cannot tolerate both of them. But in terms of what you're saying, I mean, they're both wasting their times. I don't think Trump is going to pick either Nikki Haley or Vivek. Vivek is just like, Vivek is just, I don't know, it's just posturing. Nikki Haley, she's probably waiting for Trump to be disqualified one way or the other, and I don't think that's going to happen. Because after that, I think after Trump, isn't she the next one in the polls? Because I've not really been following American presidential election, and I don't care about these people. I'm not even going to lie. I really don't care about them.
Yeah, you
any
should
of them.
care because the impacts on you are directly, in fact.
It doesn't impact on me. At the end of the day, if Republicans enter, they'll give me a tax cut. If Joe Biden enters, it's going to be status quo. So at the end of the day, I don't really. I can't.
But in terms of because I feel they are all running to be Trump's running mate. But in terms of the choice of his running mate, it has to be somebody ethnic. I cannot see him running a white ticket against
No, it's gonna
white.
run. No. It's gonna run a white. It's gonna run a white ticket. Republican voters are native voters. When we talk about tribalism, it's the white tribe, not just white like that, not like liberal white. The white working class, the white guy that feels what has happened in the country for the past 30, 40 years is against them. The whites that are impacted by the rise of China, the Rust Belt white. Those are the kind of white. So it's going to find some sort of identity, because right now it needs to secure his evangelical base. So he has to get some person that can appeal to all those evangelicals. That is not Nikki Haley, in as much as she tries to form South Carolina woman. We know she's not one, genuinely. And it's not going to be Vivek. They don't appeal. They don't bring, those two do not bring, they don't affect his base. They don't bring anything into his base. So he needs the people that will think, just like Prince Daddy, that is the next Jesus Christ. So if he puts an evangelical there, I mean, I want you to use Prince Daddy as a typical Trumpian. So think about what will appeal to Prince Daddy. It's not going to be Nikki Haley. It's not going to be anything. It's going to be someone that has some sort of religious thing that they'll be able to use as a boogeyman against a lot of the liberal changes that is bombarding us left, right, and center. And I mean, because it needs to sell them fear. It needs to sell them hope at the same time. It needs to sell them that their way of life is not going to disappear, that they're going to hold on to it. So, I mean, Nikki Haley is more like cutting edge into the future. You're talking about a woman from India. Is kind of like
Is she Indian too, Nikki Haley?
she is Indian now.
Is
Nikki
she?
Haley. Her name is not Nikki. Is well, well, that's what she's known for. But she's Indian. She's married to American. But she's Indian. India from India,
Well,
Congo.
Kulata. You know,
she's a migrant.
You know, no, she was born in America. You know
She
those
was born
people
in
that
America, but she's Indian. Yeah.
I want to stars they are white, they're white, they're white than the white people. That's what it really is.
She wants to do like she's more South Carolina than people from Clemson. I mean, you know those kind of. I mean, she's born in America. Don't get me wrong. Oh. She's grew up here. Her parents, I mean, has lived there for a while. But she's trying to. You know, when you're trying too hard, you know. Duale, you're going to say something.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not a Republican, but that's the way I perceive her. You know, trying to act like a white, but you are not white, and you want to be acting like the. They were handled. Oh, you have to we joke with them when the Trump become the nominee. Sorry, I interject them, but it's just so funny. The lady is trying so hard.
She's
Really,
trying
really
so
hard.
hard, and it's irritating me. Like it's very
Yeah.
irritating.
You know, I have a video of when all of them abused Trump as being what do you call it? Not fit for him. His cousin, I mean, our cousin Griffin. His name? What's her name? This what is this guy's name? This
Christie.
no, not the Christie. This senator, the one that is a friend to this Australia. I mean, Arizona man, the one that died. What is his name?
Oh, what's his name again? That guy that's
Madam Mrs.
constantly single.
Madam Senator, Madam
What's
Mister.
Madam Senator? And what's his name? It starts with a G.
Yeah, sometimes Griffin kept coming to my mind. You know, all of them condemned Trump, only for them to embrace him after they got the nominee. So the people like this one, and she's the only one that is trailing Trump in the poll. So
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham. So we say Madam Lindsey Graham. So you know, all of them embraces Trump. But this woman is trailing Trump with the hope that the tide will turn in our favor. If eventually, maybe if he got it convicted, or he, you know, like the other states that removed his name from ballots, if that is the case, then she will be the, you know, all the vote will comes to her. Maybe that is what she's banking on.
That's what she's banking on. That's what I think. That's what I said. That's what I think she's banking on.
Yeah. And there's another Indian guy, Vivek or whatever his name is, trying so hard. Yeah. We don't even know whether he's the Trump's representative in that field, or it's just a stooge, or it's just delusional. I don't know.
Let me put it this way: out of all of them running, if Chris Christie wins the ticket, I will vote for Chris Christie.
Myself included, I will.
I'll vote for Chris Christie.
But if Nikki Haley,
what is his politics that makes him your choice?
He's a real.
The one half mad person in the asylum.
Well, it's first of all, it's not a lunatic. Next thing is what's it called? Is a conservative, as a fiscal conservative, a little bit moderate on social issues, and is a doer. Is from New Jersey, my old state. So is rounded, and it's not like a rabble rouser like Trump. I'm just tired. Trump is exhausting. is very exhausting. He has, I mean, zero morals. Biden is senile, is old, is just allowing all sorts
How
of
are they
garbage.
how are they packaging that? How are they packaging his obvious debilitation? How are they explaining it?
That's why I'm not even following it. One man, if I tell you that I've not switched on CNN in over 2
You
years,
just want to sleep through it. I mean, you want to
I just want to
you
sleep
come
through
you
it.
come and hide on the woman's platform until it's over.
I'm not interested in Nigerian politics. Since Biden got elected, I just tuned out. I literally just zoned out. I'm not even going to lie. I zoned out. Before I used to read Politico, read Axiom, read The Hill. Read that was my junk.
Follow the young talks. Do you follow the
Uh,
young talks?
no, I can't stand. I can't stand all those liberal stuff. It irritates me.
Yankuba.
Yankuga and that lady. I
Did you
cannot
see when they
stand
put
it.
his name on a bomb in Israel and it went round? Did you see that?
Oh no, I didn't see that. I mean, I've been irritated with American politics for since 2020. It just irritates me. Throughout the Trump presidency, I was pissed. Throughout Biden presidency, I'm pissed too. So it just it just irritates me.
The reason why you tuned out is because there's peace relatively in the land. That's why you tuned out. There's less drama.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not even going to lie. First of all, during Trump, it was an overdose of drama. Then during Biden, it was an overdose of boredom. So I'm like, just you know what, forget these people. Like, and I genuinely cannot stand Trump, and I genuinely cannot stand Biden. So I'm one of those voters right now that when it comes to local election, I care more about my school board than who's the president. So a lot of times I vote conservative in my local district because I don't want anybody like influencing my kids with junk. So I care more about my local elections than the presidential nonsense. That I mean, it's been garbage for a long time. It's been garbage, like terrible garbage from Obama to Trump to Biden. Is just terrible, terrible stuff. It's nothing really. I mean, even what am I saying from Obama? Since Bush, we've just had a bad run for a long time. Four in a row. Like, yeah, economy is not controlled by them. Economy, I mean, if you understand the economy is game for the big boys. So I mean, they will come with their tax cut gimmick. Republicans will come with a tax cut gimmick. Spend the hell in defense. Spend the hell everywhere. The Democrats will come try and patch things up again. Then spend and spend. It's the same nonsense. So it does not interest me. I'm more my local politics. Yes, I'm going to vote, but I've been saying when it comes to presidential, I'm going to write in Mickey Mouse as my candidate. Mickey Mouse is
Why
going to
do you
be my
call her
writing
Mickey
candidate.
Mouse?
Huh?
Why did you call her Mickey Mouse?
No, I don't know. No, Mickey Mouse. You know, you
That's
can do a writing candidate.
that's the universal protest vote now. You
I
write
think
Mickey Mouse on the ballot.
the Don Lemon need to find out about that name. Maybe he will use it in his next engagement. Don Lemon.
Oh, where's that guy, Seth?
You know get job yet.
Did they not sack him on CNN?
Yeah,
they sacked him.
When it was it that fight with Vivek that led to his sacking?
but it wasn't a fight. It was more like there's anyway look over.
But me, I've not watched since 2020 election. I've not watched cable news. So all this sacking that they said they sack him is all this news that comes on my phone, and I said that and because I have a news app that shows up that they fired Don Lemon. So debate one thing is going on, that thing is going on. I have zero clue because I have literally just tuned out. It doesn't interest me. The only thing that interests me is when I hear, I mean, if they're doing fight against budget, that will affect me personally because, I mean, well, I can't talk more than that because of business. So, but the rest is just it's garbage. It's really garbage. Nothing. Like if Christie can find his way as a leading candidate, yes, I'll vote for him. Any other one right now, I'm not interested in any other one.
Kulata, did you see this? Let me show you this.
Very bombs that they drop on civilians in the Gaza. American citizens who are critical of its practice that slaughtered 3 of its own people as they were pleading for help in Gaza have decided to write the names of American citizens who are critical of its practices on the very bombs that they drop on civilians in the Gaza Strip. So this was shared on X, formerly known as Twitter. And if you can't see the names clearly, I can tell you which names are included. You see the name of MMA fighter Jake Shields on there, scholar and YouTuber Mohammed Hijab, journalist and academic researcher Suleiman Ahmed, Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupus, and yes, you also see Cenk Uyghur's name right there on the right-hand side at the very top. And Cenk.
What do you make of that? Just to start off with, what do you make of that? Because I have some views on this. What do you make of that?
I mean, it's disgusting. Why would they do that?
It is crass. The adjective doesn't even exist. The people critical of you slaughtering people, you write their names on bombs that you're going to use with certainty to slaughter even more people.
It's just disgusting. It's terrible. I mean, what's that for? Like it's these bombs are going to use to kill kids, well, women, and I mean maybe a few terrorists. Who knows?
Is it meant to be a joke? I mean,
it's a sick joke. It's not funny. It's a sick joke. It's not. I mean, I don't find any humor in it. It's just like it's cold-blooded. It's unnecessary. No, I don't like it. It riles me.
All right. So it gets interesting. It gets interesting. But no. When I saw it, I just thought, no. How to win friends and influence people, Avi. So how to win friends and influence people? Port Harcourt Refinery to complete test run this month. So what are you there making then? 1 in the eye for the obedience.
Why the obedience? Won't they buy petrol?
Because they don't want him to. So what else will they start to? The country is a failed state. Is a failed state. There's no petrol, so that one gets removed. Slowly, all their talking points is going to get slowly removed as the months come on.
Yeah, I mean, slow and steady. Well, I'm very worried about the NNPC refineries, to be honest. Well, it's good news on the surface that we're going to start all these things. But if we do not change the ownership and the management, this will probably be one of the most expensive refinery to run because of corruption, because of all sorts of things. There may be sabotage. There are many things. So I'm very nervous. While they're making positive strides, I hope it's not something short-lived, unless they attract investors. I would like investors to buy 51% of it and have controlling shares, so I can be positive that they're going to run it correctly. But if it's still this NNPC shenanigans, Nigerian civil servants, that corrupt, inept, self-serving attitudes that we use to run things down, like nobody wants to run things just for profit. It's just a money grab for everybody. And if someone pays me the right amount and I'm working there, I can go and put a screwdriver where I'm not supposed to put it, so it doesn't work. So all those kind of things, I want those things gone. And for those things to go, I think we should sell off 51% of the refineries, because they're already a company on their own, right? It's not like, I mean, you can unbundle them, list them on the stock market, sell 51% of the controlling shares to investors, let it be privately run. That way, I know that, okay, this is not just a project. This is now an ongoing, an ongoing, an ongoing company that will be sustained. Right now, it just looks like the way the Buhari built Lagos Ibadan Railway. When then afterward, how has that really impacted transportation in Lagos Ibadan? I mean, it's not much. We're still buying ticket with cash and all. So I don't want it to be something like a government-run crap. So I need to start seeing plan. If they're selling 51% to Saudi Aramco, they better do that. If they're listing it in the market, I just want that thing not to be run by the current NNPC, because I think they're just going to run it to the ground as soon as possible. So I don't want to be too happy, even though we're making progress, but I need additional additional steps to unbundle this thing from the current management. I do not trust them by any stretch.
All right, let me take you to this space. Not at all political. Man unable to marry his Benue girlfriend with 600,000 naira as her family insists on a 1.2 million marriage list.
Take me away from that.
You don't have the you don't want to take it on. All right, let me take you to Betta Edu and her fight against having her name tarnished. Have you been following that space?
I saw the headline today. So is it like they transferred money to her own personal account? Because I'm hearing two different stories. There's one woman that EFCC is looking for embezzling money, right?
Yes, that's under the Buhari administration, Sadia Farouk.
No, not that one. There's another woman that I think is working under Betta Edu or something that they said they want to let her go or something.
Is it only Yelu Mojisola?
No, it's a northern woman. It's a northern woman. I did not read the news. I saw the headline. It's not that northern. It's not that Farouk woman. It's the someone that's probably working on that Betta Edu. Who's that?
That's War Peace. War Peace, we can't hear you. Your system has gone. Your system has gone, War Peace. We can't hear you. Carry on.
Okay. So I was thinking initially, so I'm not sure if they're trying to, is it that they're trying to set the Betta Edu up because she's now defending herself, I mean, I'm a bit, because I've not read the news, I'm a bit confused.
No, that's a claim. What actually happened was they are saying she instructed that monies be transferred from the accountant general into what they purport to be a private account. So the name on the private account is Oniyelu Bridget Mojisola. And it was 585 million naira. That money was meant for interventions in 4 states. So that was how they brought it out. But when she came out, Betta Edu, she's now telling us that this Oniyelu, whoever it is the coordinator of that intervention in that space. So that money, of course, has to funnel through her in order for the intervention to take place. So they just saw money movement and they leapt to conclusion. She claims they are trying to tarnish her name.
Sorry, can you guys hear me properly now? Kulasa, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you better now.
Yeah, the lady you're talking about is Ali Masheu, the lady sacked from NISAP, NSIPA, something like that.
Yes, it's that name. Yeah, that's that one. Yes.
Yeah.
What happened to her? What happened?
She was sacked, and she was making a claim that the 30 billion they accusing them of embezzling, that she and Farouk, Sadia Farouk, that did not embezzle, they moved it to a different account because Betta Edu already embezzled 3 billion from that funds. So for Betta Edu not to touch that fund, they moved that fund to a private account. So that's the only part
Wait, so I'm now confused. So Better Edu has now been chopping money since she just joined. She's
yeah,
chopped
it's been
3
like
billion.
6 months. He said already embezzled 3 billion from that
Yeah,
30 billion.
yeah, but those are just allegations, though. So we cannot go off the back of just.
That's a new hope. Oh. That's a that's a Tinubu.
She doesn't strike. You can't go by it, of course, but she doesn't strike as somebody that will just come in and start. How old is she? She's about 34 thereabouts, isn't she?
Now by 34. She tell you say 34. No fit chop money.
Don't trust all this. Most of them.
Now by 34.
Yeah, but Yaju now. Not in 6 months. You are already at 3 billion naira in.
When already went is in control of the money. Why it's when you are not in control of money that
but you know, it's that kind of money gone for corrupt people that's easy to chop because it's the money. I mean, what piece is it? The money from the old administration to this new one, or I mean, how can you describe it?
Allegedly, I think it's the money from the old administration. I don't know if it's, but allegedly, I think, but the 30 billion that the Efcc is accusing Farouk for, they claim that they have to move. The reason they move it, and they found in the private account, because they move it from the reach of Better Aldo, because the old funds that Better Aldo met, she already embezzled 3 billion from the old funds. So for you not to touch this one, they moved this one to the private account. So they are trying to say they didn't hide it.
You know, by chopping old funds, she can easily say that was part of the ones that they chopped before, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing is not clear, man. Let's wait.
No, they are accusing them. The reason they get that, why they moved that money to private account. So they were telling EFCC the report that the reason they moved this money, not like they're hiding it, but for the money to get for the reach of Better Aldo, that the money of Better Aldo met is already chopping the money already. That the money he met, he already chopped 3 billion out of the money he met.
These people are criminals.
But like one man said, we can't start calling names because we are not sure of what is really going on. We're just hearing what we don't know. So, but I'm not saying that she cannot do it, or I'm not saying that, but
she's too fine to be. She's too fine.
She's too pretty to be chopping.
She's too fine to be losing body. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that look, we can't trust anybody. But the where I have problem is that money is moved from government account to
private account. In what world is that happen? Is that legal?
To prevent her from stealing, to further stealing. I mean, it doesn't make sense. One man, it doesn't make sense. You're stealing.
You know, Adale Koko, what often happens is when an administration is leaving, everybody empties their coffers. They just take all the money with them. And I think that's what they were trying to do.
Now, wow. Isn't that, did you guys talk about
that Shadia Farouk can loot so much? Now they invite her for is it for questioning? Now she's sick. She's sick. She said she's sick.
Maybe she will go and come and join her sister in London very soon. Desani.
They need to. You see, if she says she's sick now, Ajanle Kuku, won't say isn't EFCC supposed to respect that? Assuming if she claims she's sick, right? She can get a doctor's report, and the doctor can say whatever they want to say. So if she's sick, is she?
Now, forever. It's a matter of time. So
it's just disappointing that they don't come up with that. Every single one of them, I'm sick. Which one of them is not sick? As soon as EFCC calls them, I'm sick.
Oluseman too. When they were trying him, he was sick too. At the time,
that one that they were carrying him, they're always carrying him in coffin to that guy, he knows how to package that sickness.
Kunata, look at another one that fell when they are during the hearing at the Senate. You remember
I remember that. We're not a serious country, honestly. We're not a serious country.
Oh God.
Yeah, but
don't worry, Colata. We are moving forward. We are moving forward.
We are moving forward. Somebody comes in and lose 3 billion naira. How are we moving to?
So you see,
that's Kulata. Don't call the slap for better. They'll show you know he has a case yesterday in that COVID fund of there's this boss in Rivers during Buhari time. He was in charge now in the
that woman.
COVID fund. Yes, now better do. She
better herself.
Yeah.
And one man is saying she's a fine 34-year-old girl.
Which
so she
has case now. For the fact that they are not charged up because does not mean that she's innocent. Those COVID fund, many people have case to answer how they spend the fund. They have not disclosed how they use their money. She had that case there now, so what make her sense?
Do you remember what Obasanjo said? Well, please, allegations are allegations, and anything can be alleged. So you are not guilty of the back of an allegation now.
True. That is Nigeria. But what I'm trying to say, we should not just get carried away and just cut her slide that because she looks so pretty that she's innocent. I don't think anybody in Nigerian government is innocent. Even if she tried to be innocent, the system will not make her look innocent. She don't just get to that position by this thing now. People put her there now to do their bidding. So funds will be shared. They said they actually moved that 30 billion out of his risk because she wanted to embezzle everything. And like you said, Kulata, if she made that 30 billion, she would have easily took it and they will blame it on the past administration. There will be no trace.
They'll blame it on the Buhari administration now.
There'll be no trace. Because that money is available, that's why there's a smoking gun everywhere right now. Because she could not reach it. What about the one she met? Where is it? Can she account for it now? She can't.
Now, wow. Because my friends have been giving me some gist that a lot of looting is going on, especially massive looting. That they're settling. I mean, a lot of people are there. They're settling people. I mean, the usual suspect that even this Emefiele, I heard like 2 days before they released him, one known person demanded. I don't know if this is just beer palo. Demanded like 250 billion naira from him. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like demanded 250 billion, and then in 2 days' time. But like I said, I think it's probably beer palo gist. But it's just sometimes some of those gist jibes. In 2 days' time, is released on bail. I mean, some ridiculous story flying around. So this Tinubu's appointees, a lot of them, they have K-Lego. I mean, they have serious K-Leg.
Don't say like that. If you remember, Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year, woman. Happy New Year, Colata, everybody. Baba Jello, Happy New Year. One thing you have to understand that. Thank you.
France.
Happy New Year, Mr. Charles.
Yes, is one thing you people have to understand that now everything is being exposed. Formerly, it has never been exposed, so nobody want to get sacked by my dear president. So everybody is bringing out everything out from their closet. Formerly, everything just disappeared. You will never know anything like this on the newspaper, on the news. So there is progress. When I say the country is moving forward, I know what I'm saying. The country is moving forward. That's it. Even why it came because of you people are calling somebody the richest man in Nigeria. He's not rich. I'm saying it. I've been saying it for the past 3 months in your platform. He's not rich.
Who's that?
There's many things that go to come on. Yeah, he's not rich. He's in gross big debt. We know about it.
Which rich man is not in debt now, Charles? It's by your net worth now. It's not by a cash.
You see, everything is make or mar is refinery. If that refinery doesn't work, that guy is finished.
But anyway, let's even talk seriously. If you now drag Dangote now, you drag him like you expose his yash outside. So we will now have his refinery. They will now go and lock up his refinery.
They can nationalize it now.
Then you want investors, they are going to nationalize a private business. We're not serious.
If they establish a strong case of corruption against him, I think they can.
you're the richest person in your country. I mean, sometimes you have to do some things under the ground, one man. And Mr. Trump, it's not. I know rule of law and all those
No, no,
things,
no.
but
There's something I wanted to say because he's in the your air. Your air. There's something about him. One thing that is in the background, we can say that easily. But him, I don't trust him. I've been saying it for a long time. I don't trust him. I used to say it. I don't trust him. So that's it. Because of he's not genuine. For me, he's not genuine. He's not genuine.
In what way? In what way? You saw it in the waters,
Because because he uses his position just to ride over others, and again that we know the way he got his funds. We know the way he should come out and bring everything out. Somebody that's genuine will bring out his money, will bring everything out. So
who has done that?
so
Who
that's
has ever done that in the history of mankind?
no, here where I live, where I reside, they publish everything out before you can start talking. They publish everything out, so everybody knows how the way you make your money. So there's nothing hidden
Triumph.
about it.
Have you heard this? Have you heard this saying before? Behind every rich man, there's a crime. Have you heard it before?
It's a little rolling leg me in Yoruba language. It's a little rolling leg me.
I one thing does that me, I'm getting prepared for this year 2024. As I told you last year, Mr. Woman, because I know every election of America, there's always a problem worldwide. So I have to make sure that I put my businesses and my home in order, my finances in order, in case anything starts again. I'm covered. So that's just it. That's what I'm preparing now. Because of you have to know that the circle is always on circle. It's the same thing every 4 years. So you guys
Doomsday apostasy, Abby. Have you built a bunker under your house and bought tin food?
No. I have food for good 6 months in case of any problem.
Look at that.
So that's it. You have to be prepared now.
Kolata.
Sir.
How come people like Wale better do Halima Shehu and Sada Farouk is not our girlfriend? We did forbid that a good thing. Imagine this kind of guest with also being many billions.
But I do.
Imagine
She no go date. She no go date brokers. She no go date brokers like me.
Levels now, levels.
Levels now. Person will just swallow 3 billion like that.
She's not alone. No, she's not. Mr. Kolata, she's not alone. No, she's not alone. You guys have to understand. She's not alone. She's not alone. She has people. Yeah, she has people behind her. She's just a figurehead there. She's not the one in charge. Because I remember when I was doing working for a certain government, they put me as just as a figurehead, but I was following orders. I was following when people were doing their strike in front of me, this and riot. They said, nothing will touch you, and once nobody came to me, I was shocked. I was just only following orders. So just leave her there. She's untouchable. She's untouchable. So that's it. She's
Kolata.
Yeah.
Kolata. Have you heard the rumor, the looting in CBN right now that's going on? Not like directly or with their policy, the loopholes that is giving them to make money like crazy.
Oh, people are still making money now. They're still like the window between the official and the parallel list.
Yeah. Yeah, just that this time around is more advanced, more tailored, but they're making a lot of killer money right now. PCBN.
At this point in time, sometimes we get like low and we get up. At this point in time, I'm led to believe like nobody gives a shit. Pardon my language about Nigeria. All these leaders, I don't think anybody is in it to do the right thing.
It's a saddening part. After Goodluck, one of the reasons why I wanted Goodluck Jonathan to win again is that I thought after his first term, those people would have stolen enough to do the right thing. And then when Buhari came in, I just knew that a new set of hungry people have come in. And so now another new set of hungry people have come in again. and then we go through that cycle. How many? And they all want to be dollar billionaires.
When I honestly, I mean, at this point, maybe this is a low time, but I just maybe things will get better on the long run. I just don't know. Like, if we continue to have all these people just running the government and their hands are still deep in the government, it's very obvious all they want to do is steal. Like, a lot of people just wants to steal. That's how that Abuja town works. There's some DJ guy on my Instagram that you see all these northern women, all these kind of like the Sadia Farouk, they're always partying, always partying. So I keep looking at that guy's Instagram and looking at these people to see the jewelry, the gold, this. That's the kind of life they want to live, like wealth with no commas, just everybody's share of the national cake. It's just sometimes you get low and it depresses you, like, what the hell is going on? Like, nobody really cares deep down, honestly speaking. The only good news I've heard is I think they're trying to change the TSA MDAs. I mean, they're changing the way the TSA thing works. I mean, I've been very, very busy this week, so I've not really read more than headlines. So maybe that will help. I think Tinubu is trying to structure the country in a way where easy corruption may be blocked, but you will now do kind of like Oyinbo kind of deal making, kind of like the way it happened in Lagos. But it will take a while to get that done in the federal government system. Things I've just been hearing very, very bad things. A lot of things I can't say on this platform. Things are just so bad. Nigerians are just so freaking corrupt. It's mind-boggling. Every single opportunity they want to cash out.
Eruba
mean every opportunity, even to locking up of Emefiele to release it, they want to collect, but from names that you'll be shocked. Like, why? I say, man, now only God will save us.
You see, I was talking to Brother Alessandra some days ago, and I was saying that I think something is us as people. And what I mean is that, look, what's the name of these people called? Psychiatrists. They need to carry out a kind of mental evaluation of Nigerian people that constitute Nigerian leadership. Psychiatrists and what do you call these people? And these people that read people's mind, what do they call them?
This is psychologists.
Psychologists. Let them carry out a kind of study on Nigeria, on the entire Nigerian leadership across all levels of government. I believe something new will come out to tell the world that these people have a particular mental problem. Tojabipe is never been discovered in any part
in
of
human history.
In human history. I mean, Ulata, it is alarming. It's very scary.
It's scary, yo. It's scary.
You can't single out anybody that, everywhere about why must it be that? Why must we get too bad like this? I mean,
I do not know a single federal worker that wants to do the right thing. I don't know one, including people I know personally. Let me put it that way.
But it's impossible now. The system will spew you out if you attempt to do the right thing. They will destroy you now. Why would you? I mean, imagine you come there.
From head of service, head of parastatals, permanent secretary, director, accountant, bossa, all corrupt. Even our what they call this HIV drug, they are giving to us for free. Is it refinery drug they call it? I don't know how to pronounce it. People are,
What's it called?
it's
I know what you're talking about.
something. That do you know the people in charge are making cashing out billions from it?
I know what piece there. There's no everybody. Maybe because I just spoke to people in Nigeria. Every single person, they're just staging, positioning. As soon as that opportunity comes, they do not waste time. Any tiny opportunity, tiny fraction of an opportunity. I'm not talking about just politicians, government workers, because we think it's all politicians. No, all these permanent secretary, one thing, one the other.
Permanent secretary.
They're terrible people.
Some of our permanent secretary are richer than our senators. Head of state, head of service. The money those people loot, your mind will be shocked. I have somebody in NECO. He has to beg for his position, like he wants to. He has to leave the position. When the guy was talking about the looting that position, my head was fat. He has to resign part of his life. No, he doesn't resign. He has to beg to him to transfer him to another position. He got the position on merit, but they wanted to cut his head off. In less than 2 months, 4 people that was in that position died. They have to go beg the directors. But I'm not joking though. Yes, 4 died. Not joke. Family have to go and beg the director. The boy is a very innocent guy, and all these guy people like how I say I don't know how Kulata is innocent, but let's say like Kulata that is dedicated to his job. Then I put in secret. The boss was like, "We know you can do it because you're not going to stop."
I'm also innocent now. Not only
okay. Yeah. Why they
look,
put the guy there?
All of us are talking. If they hire you and you get there, is it that you resign almost immediately? Because if you try to do the right thing, they'll F you up. And if you don't want to D, you will join them. That's just the truth.
Kulata, the reason when they were begging the director, hold on, Mr. Trump, when they were begging the director, this is not work like the guy's family they have to take shifts and beg the director. That's what said there. The only reason he's putting this guy there is the only person that can bring something to the corruption in that space. That he can go home and sleep, that he can control that space. We know, but we don't want to lose our son. 4 people have died in less than 2 months in that office, in that position.
Kulata, let me play you this, and everyone, let me play you this clip. This clip takes us back to what happened in Plateau State. There's a lot to me well agree with what this guy has to say, Kulata. I may pause it at some point when it gets graphic.
Where those people, Bokos, were in Jos, where those people came to attack those poor people. If you remember the video again, where they were pulling a child from behind his dead mother and his dead folk.
Okay, I'm going to skip through that part. Just stay there. There's something this guy has to say that I want you to hear. Just hold on. Where is it? Yes. Oh, okay. Let me bring it back.
It's funny. Bring the camera down. This is tin. This is tin. These are minerals. Look at it on the ground. These are minerals. So it is pretty obvious. See them, come. It is pretty obvious that these people are being killed because of the richness of their land. Can you imagine they had to burn down the place? Come. See, start from here. They had to burn down the place. See these houses. Everything burnt down. We came into this village. There's literally nobody in the village. Like literally nobody. They had to run away from their own land, from the place where they were born, where their grandparents lived. Do you understand? Can you imagine minerals on the ground? See, minerals on the ground. Minerals on the ground. I mean, this land is rich. Why are they doing this? I don't know. It is obvious, but we act as if I don't know for political reasons. But please, Nigerian government, please. Now, I'll take you to where the children are. The children that...
All right. It gets a lot more depressing after that. But I suppose you concur with what that guy literal mineral resources oozing out of the ground to the surface. That's how
Yeah.
rich that place is.
Yes, but you know, Europeans before we found oil, Jos was the main place where you had all this European mining thing, because they have one of the largest deposits of what's it called, columbite and cassiterite, and I mean, the tin was what Jos was known for. It's just that industry died down, of course, after the advent of oil. And they still have a lot of storage there. And I heard, from what I heard, the commodity price for tin is very expensive at the moment. So, like I said the last time I was there, like, this is a mineral resource grab. I mean, it may be related to Fulani, it may not be related to Fulani, but ultimately there are many things going on in that area, and one of them is this illegal mining. The Chinese, I said this, the Chinese people in Jos town, there are other foreigners in Jos. The weather is conducive for Igbo people to stay, and they are buying these minerals, and no government involvement, and it's not regulated, so it's a free for all. And if it's a free for all, you expect tough wars in a state with like 40 tribes. They will just be doing all sorts of divide and conquer to make sure they have access to what they need access for. I mean, look at that. I mean, look at the ore of what that guy is grabbing. It's just on the ground. It's just on the ground, just like that. And I mean, we're talking about something valuable after processed. And I mean, it's. Did you see a video where they went to the locals went to the palace of
Yes,
the king?
yes, I saw it, but we couldn't play it. It was too. Yes, we saw it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that they said is kind of like he conspired with.
I was
I
quite
mean,
glad. I was quite glad to see it.
yes. So it's not a lot of what's going on in our country. It also goes back to that anyhowness that we live. That loud. A serious government that knows. I mean, it's not rocket science that we've had tin in Jaws. They've been mining it legally since the colonial times. So a serious government will have stepped in to try and regulate that space. Same thing with Zamfara Gold that people are buying at a cheap price in Dubai. A serious government will have reigned in there. It's only my own hometown that solid mineral mining is sensible. It's only in Osun State that we kind of like got it right. We even have like we have a registered company, and that was the old governor that made sure things were done. Otherwise, there were
Is
northerners
that
already coming in.
company not traded? Even in America, there's a company that deals gold from your region that is quoted
Mm.
on the American Stock Exchange.
I don't even know if it's listed, but
Yeah.
at least I mean, they're mining. I mean, they're mining it correctly. There's still some artisanal miners here and there, but at least you have some sort of um, formal mining company there. But what they're doing too is also corrupting the Ocean River, because right now that mining dirt is getting poured into the Ocean River with some chemicals and all that stuff. So I just pitied all the people going for Oshun Shogbo Festival, because from upstream, from that Elisha, it's a lot of nasty stuff is getting into that water. But that's besides the point. The main thing is this Joss matter. I don't know. I keep hearing each government after government, including the Lalake, say, "Oh, the big men mining," like all this stupid talk. When are they going to go after them? When are we going to like secure all these mineral resources?
But
That
Kulata,
sir.
Delarake suggested some few weeks ago, some months ago, that we have to set up a security operative specifically for protection of our, our mining and other resources. The security operative different from Nigerian police or anything.
They'll be trained specially, a kind of resources produce. I don't know how he mentioned it that time, but he make a very good suggestion, which I agree with him that we must until we have our security operatives broken down into smaller units or different kind of targeted and meant for particular areas of operation. That is when we can get it right. So maybe if they can look into that, maybe that can work. So that kind of security unit will be meant to protect the all these resources on the ground, and wherever they know they are there, and there won't be any reason to say we have some crazy people, mining our solid mineral somewhere illegally. So I hope you remember, but I think we treated it here one man.
We talked about it. I think I remember, based on what you just said, I think I remember that conversation now. But here's the thing, Ajanle Koko. From reports that I've read and also heard, the people coming to lift, especially let's use Zamfara as an example. Do you know that helicopters land in Zamfara? And I'm not talking about ordinary helicopters. Armed helicopters lands in Zamfara with guns and all sorts of stuff. Are we going to have enough firepower with this new security force? Are they going to invest in it with this new security force to be able to deal with that kind of threat? Because we're talking about moneyed people here. If, for example, if we secure Zamfara, the price of gold in Dubai will go up. The people that are rich living in Dubai, I'm sure we know it's not just going to be Nigerians. The resources that they will put to fight whatever security force we create is going to be overwhelming.
That's why you have to take external forces. Sign a contract with somebody.
No, we
like
can't give our security to other countries.
For now, you guys need it. Honestly speaking, you guys need it. One thing is just that, as for me, I work in a security body before, because if I know when they sent us to go and do some investigation, they call it clearance. Later, you have to report, give report to your superior for everything we've seen in the north. Nobody will tell me that their local chiefs are not aware of what is going on. Nobody's
They're
going to tell
making
me
money, Triumph. They are making a killing.
Everybody collects their shares, and unfortunately, they send their children, their family to the Western world to go and live. So they will not let anybody to come and destroy it. So one thing that when you are saying that people are corrupt, it all depends. It's all about the choice. If today and leadership, if today in Nigeria we are ready to do things the right way, somebody should sacrifice it. Everybody will follow. Nobody wants to do it. And if they should remove money from politics today, from Nigeria politics, they remove it. Do you know that here in France, there's some mayor that they paid €1,000 a month? Mayor. Will you want to go and do it? No. It's because of they put hard currency in Nigeria yeah. So that's it. So if they remove that money, nobody want to do it. It will be somebody that want just to for the development of their country, of their cities. That's it. Because I know many of them, some people they pay them €1,500. A whole mayor in Nigeria. Laila. Nobody will want to do the job now. They should remove the money. Just remove the money. I bet you with you, everywhere we be saving Nigeria. Because of the money, that's why they are all misbehaving. Thank you.
But here's what I've been thinking lately. Does Tinubu have the political will to change a lot of these things? Because I've just been sitting down thinking, like, I mean, before this guy became president, he wrote about restructuring.
Is he willing to sacrifice himself? He has to put his life on the line if he wants to, because those people there.
In the second term, maybe. In the second term, maybe he's going to sacrifice it. But as his first term, during the first term, you have to obey, respect everybody. But your second term, you have to take it rigid. So I can understand it. So I don't want them to kill
are
him
we
for
willing? Are we willing to accept that Tinubu's first term is just going to be marginally better than Buhari's government?
If not, hopefully not worse.
No, it's not going to be worse.
That's a bitter pill to swallow.
No, it's not like now. There's progress now. We see progress, but one thing that is very slow, and like snail, but it's moving.
No, that's expected. Like at least, like since it came in, I've been expecting that. Okay, after 1 year, maybe we'll see some progress. We'll see some signs.
Like now,
but it's not just it's not just basic economy. There's some structural problems on ground, like all these security issues.
He cannot say one thing. Is that he's a godfather of Nigeria politics. We honor, we respect him. Everybody respect him for that. He know what he's doing. He's trying to get informations before you strike your enemy. You choose your enemy wisely. You choose them wisely. One thing is that he's keeping quiet. When he's keeping quiet, you people think that he's not doing the job. He's just taking informations. He's taking informations. Then you know when to strike. But I don't want anything evil to happen to him. You understand? Even before he went to
taking information, people are dying every day. The whole country is going to flames.
The country is going in a wrong direction, Mr. Triumph. Look,
let me tell you something, Mr. Kolata. Do you know that before a country gets better, even here in Europe, they themselves passed what we are passing to let me say they're going to reset everything. Everything going to reset in Nigeria. Like that, do you people know that even for you now to your domiciliary account, you start paying money now? You pay for everything you send. They'll start taxing everybody. Nothing like free money again, Nigeria. It just gently. I believe this government. I know he's going to do it well. I trust. When I say that people think I'm a family of him. I never met him, but I look at it from a distance. And again, investors are ready to pump it. Investors are just time, but they just want to see the first 2 years. Just the first 2 years, because there were rumors everywhere. Even your American embassy is removing their people, thinking that they're going to fight war in Nigeria. There's lie, no war. We know ourselves.
Triumph. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, I'm echoing. I don't know. Let me tell you what I'm seeing right now. I'm just going to be blunt. This first term, right? There's going to be the typical Tinubu stuff, meaning revenue. I mean, it's expected for him to to address our revenue problems by the taxation and all. There's some legacy Buhari projects, like all these Dangote refineries that will go on. Those are net positives. But when it comes to like serious stuff, like some restructuring, serious stuff, like outside of structurally fixing some corruption issues, like subsidy is no longer the way it used to be, even though the product is not fully deregulated. There are some areas where it's probably going to be as just like Buhari or barely, marginal increase. And these are important areas. Addressing insecurity is one of those areas. I don't know. I've not seen any drive, any push, just any even nudge to drive us maybe towards a decentralized police. I know it's not an easy task, but at least you can get a vibe, a feeling that, okay, we want to nudge in this area. There's a lot of inertia in a lot of what's going on. I know we're impatient. I get it. I know many things he has to do will take time. But I'm also trying to be realistic that time is running out, and some critical areas we will not make a dent in the first 4 years. I see us making a dent, like revenue collection, revenue collection, maybe better financial position, economy may improve, but there are many other critical areas that nothing will be done. I worry
Let me
about that.
interject. Yeah. Well, hello everyone.
Good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, hello, man. Well, let me start with one, man. You said something earlier. It sounds kind of funny or maybe comical, really. You said if you were hoping that Jonathan had won the the next election when he ran, so that the people in his government that have had enough to steal would actually come about and do the right things. Is that what you said?
I was hoping against hope. That was what I said. Yes.
Well, I guess you truly undermine or underrate human greed in the highest level. What would compel someone that's never done the right thing from the onset to just turn around, all of a sudden and begin to do the right thing? It doesn't happen like that. We're human beings. It doesn't happen like that. Come the second term, if you had won, they would have stolen maybe 10 times what they had the first time around. It doesn't happen like that, one man. I mean, and maybe I like your optimism, but I don't see the world as such. It's not going to happen. And when it comes to
my theory was that the new set will be even hungrier and they will still in an even more gluttonous manner. That was what I was. I don't know.
You know what? Well, I see your point, but the people that have been stealing before, now it's going to be much easier because now they know the ropes on how to actually steal more. But the people that come in fresh, now they have to navigate and steal little by little before they get bigger. It's a cycle of destruction, one man. It doesn't happen like that. Tinubu, I mean, the system itself, the whole Nigerian system, it's not really unique to Nigeria. Okay, it's all corrupt from the inside out, deep down in its roots, right? We should have. I mean, when people talk about Tinubu or any leader for that matter, I'm not sure our expectation for them. What do you expect them to do? Tinubu can only do so much. Okay, and hopefully it concentrates on areas that it has leverage. Our collector said maybe revenue collection, the garret of subsidy and some other things. Yeah, but the system of fighting corruption itself, it sounds like a lot of people don't have a clue. Really, they don't have a clue about how the Nigerian system works. It would take a lifetime for anyone to fight these people in any industry, any area in the country. It would take a lifetime to do that. The system of corruption is just part of the whole gamut. It is part of it. Okay, back in the days, even in the 80s or so, that say my dad, come take your share. That's how it works. He says no, then it moves on. But you can't fight them. You can't fight them or try to. You can't fight the system. It's just there for you. It's there for the taking for the people that are connected or are insiders. That's the way the system works. It's there to be taken. This Beta Edu lady that you say she's pretty, meaning that she can steal money. See, she doesn't have a say. The way the system works, she doesn't have a say. They tell her to take money, she takes it. If she doesn't want to take it, she leaves it and she goes away. She can't interrupt. What power does she have? The system is so much ingrained and encapsulated by the people that control the whole thing. I don't know what can change that system. All we have to do, if you ask me, is pray. And I know you guys don't like to talk about the Bible.
No, prayer cannot solve the problem.
Have we not been praying, Prince Daddy? Have we not been praying?
And I'm glad you said it. And the prayer that we're praying is truly what's sustaining us up to now. I tell you, every time I always give credit to the private enterprise, the private Nigerians. Left to the government.
Sorry, Mr. Triumph, we're getting heavy feedback from you. Carry on, please.
Left to the government, Nigeria would have totally collapsed. No doubt about it. Is the ingenuity of the private sector and the diasporans or the people overseas that have been sustaining the country for such a long time. Is the strength of the Nigerian private sector really left to the government? They are incapable of sustaining the country. Not at all. And I think we all know that. See, I mean, we can't do it. But those in the Old Testament, when God gave instruction to the Israelites that when they go to this certain place, this certain town, they should wipe out everybody, including the animals. Don't take the animals. Even the animals, you have to pie them all. One would wonder why that. It shows to the point that when people are
Prince
corrupt,
Daddy, do you believe that Noah's Ark story? That's it.
So God.
Well, no, well, you don't have to believe the story, but the point here is that when something is polluted, let's lose track or lose focus. Where something is polluted, that's when you know you have a problem. You can't just go there and just clean up the top here and there and dust it off. No. When something's polluted, damn it, there has to be an overhaul of the whole thing. And it is not so. See, truly, I'm not like Angelico. I don't believe in military to that degree, and for that matter, we've seen the
Prince
military
Daddy,
on display,
Prince
and
Daddy.
they've not really done a good job anyway.
You see this? You heard about?
Continue, Mr. Collector.
Prince Daddy. You heard about the news that they are probing multiple companies like Dangote. I don't know.
Yeah,
Is it
I
my
think
connection?
I heard on One Man Show, or maybe you said it. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear about the Dangote and other companies probe, right? So
Right.
assuming they're sincere about that probe, right? And then they find out all these companies, Boa, Dangote, all our companies, they sinned, for lack of better vocabulary. They committed crimes. So if you go and persecute them, there's an economic cost for it. If you let them go, you are not addressing the root of the problem. What will you do?
See, yeah. Well, yeah, that's part of the daunting task. What would I do? Say, like in supply chain, if Tinubu can be, like, a good example is the subsidy, right? Get rid of it. If he can go ahead, if he can find ways to block the leakages or the waste in the system, he has to deal with the system rather than the individuals. See, the removal of the subsidy was obviously a systematic, ingrained problem. That's what he has to do. Now, there's a way he can use laws, reconfigure the whole system, and make it harder or block certain places or points that is certain nodes that these people are using to fleece the country. That's what he has to concentrate on. Yeah, it needs the backing of the law and revamping the system gradually where he can. But going after Dangote, I'm not saying shouldn't. I mean, if it could and they can be successful, why not? But keep in mind, Kalata, Tinubu is the executive. It's not the judiciary. It's not the legislator. It's none of those things. It can only do so much. If all those other points are corrupted, what can he do? Are you telling me a judge will not take, I don't know, 1.25 billion naira to turn a blind eye and do whatever? That's a challenge. Dangote, you guys, somebody says he's poor, whatever, but I think he has enough money, to play the system. It does. Just like him and many others. They have the money. They have the resources. Okay? But again, I'm not saying they shouldn't go after them, but the point here is that it can be a waste of time. If Tinubu, and I think Tinubu's smart enough, it ran Lagos. Find a way to block the leakages. That's the best it could do. That's the best. But to start chasing these people up and down, fight the system, he has no chance. Tinubu has zero chance in doing that.
So his government will, I mean, all this Dangote stuff we all know is a charade. Nothing will happen out of it. In terms of the system, yes, they're doing that. I agree. They're doing some of that. Like this TSA,
Lata,
I have to go back to read that TSA thing.
Lata.
Sir.
That Dangote space actually not for prosecutorial purposes. It's a fact-finding mission. It's about CBN atrocious former governors' activities that led them to those companies. Not that Dangote are now actually the one handling the forest for the federal government. So it was more like a fact-finding mission to those companies. Not that they are set to prosecute them per se. If they find out any wrongdoing, it's going to dig the grave of the former CBN governor the more. That is what they set out for.
Yeah, but if the end result is to persecute Emefiele, that's a useless end result. The end result needs to be to change the CBN laws, to rewrite the CBN Act, so we don't have this kind of thing that ever happen in CBN again.
You are actually correct, but at the same time, too, is Nigeria need to know what actually transpires during that period as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But
But
I think the National Assembly is set to actually take that act that enacted the CBN, just to completely make sure that it's not just being apolitical, but at the same time, just to have that distinct separation and also function. Instead of modeling things and make things do things this mago way. That I think the National Assembly has already passed one law, but I can't really explain the bill because I'm not know the detail. But currently, they put one bill together just to ensure that is the one that makes that CBN a political agency or the governor a political position.
has it been passed? Has it been signed by the president?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, at this point, I'm starting to look at realistically, what can we achieve with Tinubu's government? There's some things that everybody wishes that I'm just starting to.
Big things,
I'm starting to
big things.
appreciate that it will not happen.
It will happen. No,
Don't worry about the full optimism, Mr. Triumph. It depends on how brave Tinubu wants to be. If he wants to be brave, he can make changes. But if he wants to just maintain, and by the way, people are saying that he has to wait for his second term in order to make these big changes. But I feel that those big changes should necessarily be made now, so that he has a good 7 years to consolidate them. What big changes can he really make in the second term? Not really much, because easily reversible by the next guy that comes in. But if he makes big changes immediately and right now, then he has 7 years to consolidate them.
One man. Sorry, Kulata. Sorry to cut you.
No. Continue.
The wheel of government is grind slowly due to bureaucracy and bottlenecks. If Tinubu really wanted to make a dent or make progress the way Nigeria wanted it, he needs to work with the National Assembly. They call them rubber stamp. This time around, he will put them on overdrive so that things can be changing really fast. But as the way government is set up, if they decided to not to toe that line of rubber stamping, it will grind so slow that we can't even see changes that is being made. That is why it's good to put his ally in key position in National Assembly so that any changes that is going to be made in government, in federal government, has to be codified in such a way that it will become legal. So for any administration to come behind to make changes to it will require a lot of negotiations and all that. But you see, we are so used to executive order that we expect the president to bring that executive order, dishing it out at every second. But once it's codified, it makes it more stronger to the point that people can sue, people can request for information and all that. So well, majority of us that expect that government, the Tinubu will start, making those changes at a snap of fingers. I recognize when Plata says structural problem to his administration. I get it. No government is perfect. But those changes that we crave, that we are yearning for, it doesn't, it requires a lot of negotiation behind the curtain so that the country can still be stabilized and remain the same. If not, if the president wanted to put his foot down and said it has to be done his way or the other, he himself would not even any Omotono on his so yeah, no, for Juboro, it will case we ended up that way. So it's a slow and steady, and the slow and steady win the race. Thank you.
Yeah, but Tewale, before I mean, what I was going to say is, so what is the use of him cornering the Senate and the House? Because it's already cornered them. So what's the use of that cornering if not to use them to achieve your goals? I mean, not let me not say no, not because your goals may be okay. That's not right. For them to achieve your campaign promises, it's already cornered them. I'm not saying it's you act by executive fiat because what can be written by Biro can also be reversed by Biro in the next administration. So you have all these parties. You have PDP on the lockdown. You have Labour Party on the lockdown. You have APC on the lockdown. Show at least what have we seen in terms of proposal, legislative proposal coming from the presidential side? Because they're going to advise, okay, the president will advise they do this, and then they'll take it up. I'm not feeling a lot of things. Things are happening. Things are the same. Things feel stagnant. Like this part two thing. Like after that, okay, what are you doing to kind of like nudge some changes? I'm looking at him laughing that United States donated two tiny boats. That's now making news. Two boats, like this tiny boats, like smaller than the tugboat, two of them. Is that the kind of things we're going to be contending with? I'm not. You have bold proposals in your manifesto. Which, how many of those have you tried to say, okay, guys, all right, you passed my budget. Look at the way they passed this budget in record time. So why don't you now start pulling some bills, some things that like line up with what you've been fighting for decades now?
Sorry, Mr. Triumph. I think you were about to say something when I did you want to come in? I think I may have overrode you somewhat there.
One thing is just that Mr. Coletta, don't worry, don't lose hope in him, because of one thing that it is the system. The system. If you watch a few years back, if you remember, they have to bring in 4 of top military officers. You understand, to try us. And again, that one thing that I still, we don't lose up in him. Don't lose up. But we are, how will I put it? Because of sometimes when I talk, I use myself as an example. Just one person, just stand up. One person. I remember when I was working in 4 regime where I work, they kept me. Normally they change you every 2 years. They change. I stayed there for good 4 10, then I resigned. I don't want to do anymore because of my safety. I'm afraid that something bad might happen to him because he wants to do the right job. That means that many people will lose where they get their money from, and many of us, we know that people that Nigeria government borrowed money, many companies, they have not refunded a dime. Even yours, or I don't know if still a senator too, that is still holding Nigeria billions, all of them. They should start refunding those money back. One thing that is the one in charge of many things, or EFCC. The boss there reports to him? Yes or no? It does. So that is before they bring something up, you have to give what a green light. A green light. He knows what he's doing. Indirectly, he's telling you people of Nigeria. These are these people in putting Nigeria the way it is, controlling the system, just setting everybody use the money every time everybody comes and go. He's in charge. Everything is being exposed. Everything is being exposed. Formally, nothing is being exposed like this now. There's some people that are untouchable. He's bringing them out, digging them out. The corruption is so big, it's so big. The whole system, even the new baby that got born in Nigeria, after they breathe the air of Nigeria, the baby is corrupt also. Because the system, we have to touch everybody, and the civil servants are not working. I will remember Mr. Simba was saying it here. The problem of Nigeria is not only the politicians, are the civil workers. Everybody just want to become a civil worker, and they are just waiting time to blow. Everybody wants to hammer, but with time, we know that the country will be great. This Nigerian people are many of them are criticizing. I just laugh when I hear people. Everybody pass through this. We just want people, good leaders that he has appointed, to do the right thing. They know, forget about the money. Think about your legacy. Name is better than money. But in Nigeria, we talk about money. Because I was listening to yesterday program. I was just laughing. The problem in Nigeria, everybody wants to make money. And when you don't have money, even though they'll be looking at you strange. They won't respect you. I understand that's the African system. But I believe, I don't lose. I used to tell people all this, that Nigeria will be great. We are moving forward. It's not up that fast. A new baby that you just get, it's not up to a year now, it's in power now. So with time, we start working. Now it's crawling. Very soon, it'll be working. From working, you'll be running. From running, it'll be a jet. Thank you.
All right. So that's optimism right there from Mr. Triumph. So yeah. So Patrick, did you want to come in, Patrick?
No, I'm driving now.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy, Kulata, you were saying you were surprised we were not talking about one topic. Let's see if you can remember it. Yes, as you're trying to remember it, Prince Daddy, I saw your commentaries as we were talking about your Indian sister Nikki Haley. Does she want to run? Is she running to be vice president?
Yeah, can you hear me, one man?
Perfectly.
Oh, okay. My volume's kind of low here. Nikki Haley, yeah. Nikki Haley, yes. It was Adewale was making a comment that she's second to Trump or she's the runner-up. That's such a false narrative in the highest level. How many points is she behind Trump? Like 40 points, 50 points? She has no chance. She has a zero chance. She's just been propped up by this, what we call the neocons and Trump haters and the corporate corrupt class. Nikki Haley has no chance. Who is she appealing to? She has no chance. She's a joke. I mean, if there was no Trump, I'll be on Vivek Ramaswamy's bandwagon right now. I'm telling you, who's going to vote for Nikki Haley? She has no chance. She's a joke. When it comes to Chris Christie. So, what has he ever done? I'm surprised. Let's advise Kulata to just stick to Nigerian politics. I think he does an excellent job in that regard. But when it comes to American politics,
he doesn't know anything about American.
He doesn't have a clue.
What's it called? The fat guy. What's his name again? Chris Christie. Chris Christie is the better.
That is not politically correct. You can't call people fat.
Okay, sorry.
The plump guy. Chris Christie is the better version of Trump. How? Tell us, please. In terms of the boisterous personality, but he is more intelligent. Trump is just a garbage of a human being, zero morals, zero ethics, all bluster, no bite. Chris Christie.
I'm not with you, Mr. Coletta. I'm not with you.
Okay, well, see, that's more. See, when I listen to
Coletta, you want me to talk about Chris Christie now?
It's all a domino attack on.
He was
on
my
Trump.
governor. He was my governor at some point in time, and it was a
New
terrible
Jersey.
governor.
It wasn't a terrible
Jersey,
governor. He only
but it was
had
the
one
worst of
scandal,
governors.
and it was that bridge. It was that bridge scandal. It was a very effective governor in New Jersey.
Listen, you know,
He
I
was my
didn't spend
governor.
time
Was he
in
your
Jersey,
governor?
but a lot of people talk about all the potholes in Jersey. They talk about how terrible the streets are.
You are being pedestrian by saying, "Oh, potholes in Jersey."
So by
There are
calling
potholes
Trump
in New
all these
York.
names
There are
is not
potholes
being
in
pedestrian.
Pennsylvania. There are potholes in Massachusetts. There are potholes all over the East Coast.
Say
So
for such a
that's kind
big
of like
city.
that's kind of like a
No. For such a big city
that's
with
kind of
so
like
much
low.
resources out there,
That's
Chris
kind of
Christie.
low.
No. It's not
It
even a
is
personal
low.
attack.
I mean, when we're talking about everything, you're talking about potholes in a neighborhood where
Coletta,
it's the
listen to
municipal
yourself.
government.
You just
It's the
personally
municipal
attack
government that
Trump.
fixes the roads. It's not the state
No, you
government.
just personally attack Trump. And
I did not personally attack
pointing
Trump.
to.
You tell me. You tell me. You tell me a person that brings his own daughter and his son-in-law into the government, and they cut deals. Are we blind to that? Are we blind to him forcing people to use his hotel in DC?
When GFK made his brother,
are we blind to that?
Hold on. When GFK made his brother,
are we blind to all the shady deals he does by lowering the value of his property when when he wants to? Increasing the value when he needs a loan, lowering the value.
That'd be embarrassing.
Are we blind to that?
Don't go there. That would be embarrassing.
No,
don't go
I'm
there.
going
Don't
there.
fall into that
I'm
trap.
going there. Is a garbage human being.
Because I know you're a business person.
He's a garbage human being. Trump is a garbage human being. He should never have been given any chance to move near that presidency. He did
I have
nothing.
a question for Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy. So let's assume the Republican give it to Nikki Haley. Between Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who would you vote for?
I will not vote.
No, I'm talking.
You know what? That's the right answer. It's not a crime not to vote, though. I will not vote. That's the answer to that. I will not vote.
Okay, cool. No, not voting is also it's a vote, right?
Well, if you can put it that way, but my conviction will not allow me to vote for a criminal like Nikki Haley, as called by
Wait,
Vivek.
how can you call Nikki Haley a criminal and Trump is not in jail? How?
Well, Trump is not.
How? Justify
it. Instead of going.
No. Can you justify? Don't advise me. You justify it. Don't advise me. What is criminal in Nikki Haley? And what is not criminal?
It was on the debate stage that Vivek Ramaswamy.
She committed crime on the debate stage.
Yes.
It was on the debate stage that Vivek Ramaswamy put up a sign and says,
"Please
Nikki
forget
Haley
Vivek
is corrupt."
is just a kid. I mean, we're not talking about
a kid.
Vivek.
Well, he's a kid as a billionaire. Okay, let's start with that.
He's a kid.
His money
Vivek is just seeking attention. Let's talk about. Let's compare the crime.
Attacking people.
Let's compare the crimes. Because you're trying to obfuscate. You're running away from Trump's record.
He made his billions in the biotech.
Let's talk. No, I don't care about Vivek's biography. I don't care about his resume. We're talking about Trump and Nikki Haley. You called her a criminal. And I said, if you call Nikki Haley a criminal, Trump should be locked up for life.
For what? For
all sorts of financial crimes. For all sorts of shady deals.
You've been petty and personal.
For all sorts of like
because Trump made his money. Trump made his wealth. He made his wealth in the private
abusing
sector.
the office.
No. He didn't abuse any office. He did not abuse any office.
This man on his leg.
He didn't abuse any office.
What this guy sees in Trump. He's a garbage human being.
Okay,
and I'm conservative, and he's a garbage human being.
No, Colata, you are maybe
is
the best.
You'll be someone that actually is someone that is because of all this. What's my call it? Because of all these religious fanatics, and he gave them their judges. That's why we're getting all this stuff. The judges that he gave them,
that's a shallow approach to evaluating the situation. It's much deeper than that, actually. It's actually much deeper than that.
That's the only thing you guys got from it. Judges.
That is not true.
Judges, and that's it. And the judges is a lot of things you guys are fighting against. The judges are not. They're not changing it.
He's not even a Christian.
Of
well,
course,
that's
he's not a
irrelevant
Christian. Now we
because
know that.
see, no, because see, when you
It's
refuse to
not close to
actually
anything
evaluate the
Christian.
man based on merit, you're more likely to trip yourself by the things that you're saying that don't hold
What am
water.
I tripping? I'm giving you what I'm telling you. You're just stop
But
talking about
simply
the fact
calling
that
the
I'm
man a
talking.
criminal,
Talk about the
a
specifics I'm
person that's
giving
not
you.
been charged with any wrongdoing in itself,
The same way Atiku is not in jail.
Well,
Precisely.
I'm talking about a man that's not been charged with a crime. He's not been charged with a crime yet, and there you are.
How many
insulting and
indictments does
calling
he
him a
have
criminal.
now? Counting, even though a lot of it. How many indictments does he have? A lot of, I mean, it's a lot of it are not criminal. I mean, there's some that are
we're
criminal.
expecting more. We're expecting more than 91 indictments. We're expecting more. And this is to show that, see, when you're fighting against the corrupt
So what are you going to
states,
do? You're going to say they are witch hunts, right?
No, but it is witch hunt.
You're going to
There's
say
nothing
fake
to
news,
it.
witch hunt. The
There's
same.
nothing to it.
You learned from him anyway, so there's no difference. You're
There's
not
nothing to
attacking
it. See,
the specifics.
the reason why you're so perturbed and I'm so calm is because I know the end result.
You're not calm or not perturbed. Both of us are raising our voices. Trump is a criminal. He's a criminal.
No, see,
he is a criminal.
That is what CNN told you. That is what the other.
I don't
liberal
watch CNN.
outlet
I've not
told
watched
you.
CNN in 2 years. So
Well,
I don't know what you. I mean, all this. You know, when you come with all these boilerplate talking points,
for the
and you
liberal
just throw
outlet.
those
They don't
talking
have nothing
points,
good to
you're talking
say.
to someone that does not watch CNN. I do not watch Fox News. I don't watch any of those garbage.
But
you see, you're
CNN
stammering
is
on your
euphemism
words
for your liberal outlet. It doesn't matter where you get it from.
All the talking
because all your
points does
talking
not
points,
apply
all your
to
talking
me.
points don't hold water.
All the talking
They
points
are
does not
personal
apply to
attack.
me.
They have no base. It's just baseless. Now let's
They're
focus
not
on real
baseless.
issues.
Like there are many
such as
indictments
the
against
economy.
this guy. They're real.
No, they're not
In
real.
my
Because
state,
listen,
even as he has a case
if I
in
said
my
something
state,
now against you and accuse
has
you
a state.
because
He
I
has a
accuse you
case
doesn't
in
make
my
it
state.
make it true. It
And
doesn't make it true. Not at all.
many of his folks have already fessed up to their crimes. There's so much crimes around this guy. The only reason they're protecting him is because of the embarrassment
you keep falling into that trap,
to lock
I
an
keep telling you,
ex-president
simply because, so of course, unless you have the kind of wealth and personality.
What kind of wealth are we
as
talking
does
about? Are we
Trump.
talking about the inflated wealth that he doesn't have? The wealth inherited
now
from
it's
his dad?
inflated. Now it is inflated.
The wealth inherited from his dad, the one he inflates, the one he inflates, and then conveniently when he goes to the bank, when he please, let's not talk about his business malpractices.
No, let's talk about it. See, you watch too much propaganda and you spewing the same propaganda you be watching.
It's not propaganda.
So it doesn't matter if you watch CNN or not. What you tell them is that all your information is coming from the liberal
You see,
outlet.
you guys are used to just throwing talking points without even thinking about what you're talking about. When things are in court, they're documented, they're indictments. They're saying, it's CNN, it's Fox News. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, so okay, maybe Ben is not around because something is documented and recorded. What does that make you a criminal or being?
You need to cut this stuff out. Like this is like man worship. Let's call a spade a spade. This guy is one of the most.
Maybe you guys worship a man like. Obviously, you love Obama.
The most vile politician that has come up to be president.
Real conservatives don't worship anybody.
No, it is like worshiping when we're talking about specifics in court. Is CNN, is MSNBC. I don't watch any of that. Zero of that I watch. So
what I'm telling you that the man, no matter your conclusion, the man is not guilty. At least not yet. Unless you're telling me that he's guilty.
Not yet. Just the Lord. I mean, if he talks like a dog, quacks like a dog, it's probably a dog. Like, come on.
Listen. Well, see, it's amazing that you don't really know how the system works.
I don't know how the system works, but I've been living in the system for over 2 decades.
Well,
I think I know enough about the system.
More than because
I
one
know
lives
enough
in a
about
place
the system
and don't
to
take the
exist,
time
to
to
survive
study
in
the
the
system
system.
doesn't mean they understand the system itself. And I'm telling you that simply
there's
because
nothing
they have
you
all
can
this
tell me,
indictment
Prince
against
Daddy,
them.
for a guy to bring his daughter, his son-in-law.
What is the crime about that?
To bring,
Rather,
there's so
why don't
many
you
other
talk about
things
their
he's done that
instead of
I
being,
don't even care to remember them. Is that bad? I
no,
don't want
well,
to remember him. I hope he doesn't become president. I hope Pride in 2 doesn't become president. I hope they just both go away.
Well, that's a wishful thinking. Maybe wishful thinking on
I'm not
your
voting.
side.
I'm not going to vote, so I don't care what happens.
Certainly, Biden's not going to come back, and most certainly, Trump is going to come back into the presidency. And when it comes back,
I will hope not. It will be a sad day if that happens again.
Well, for you and your liberal friends, but to myself and many others.
Can you talk without labels? You're just labeling. You can't defend this guy. All you're doing is just picking what Sean Hannity tells you and just, you liberal,
just like you, I don't
CNN,
watch Sean Hannity.
you this,
to me,
you that.
Sean
You're
Hannity is
regurgitating
despicable.
what you hear from Tucker Carlson and all these things
Fox
without
News
critically looking at what this guy stands for.
Let me ask Kolata a question. Mr. Kolata,
Sir?
you say you're a businessman. The way you're talking now, what it is all about.
So because of tax, hold on a second. Because of some tax cut. Hold on. Do you think Democrats are against business or Republicans? Both of them have the same stance on business. So let's stop all this bullshit because it depends on the business you are. If you're in the business of government spending, you will get. I mean, they will not cut the budget funding. Based on if it's Democrat. If you're in the business of defense, so you can't say, business this. They're all neoliberal when it comes to business. Neoliberal. Yep. The Republicans are not conservative. They're not real conservative. They just pretend to be conservative. And the Democrats are tax and spend, but they cut the taxes for the rich. So let's just forget about all that stuff. As long as you position yourself, let's think critically about these things. None of both parties are standing for anything. There's zero real conservative that has run that country. The closest to it last was Reagan.
Well, Kolata, I tell you, interestingly, actually, I agree with you in a lot of ways when it comes to the line, the fine line between these Democrats and Republicans, and that's why I am MAGA. And with MAGA, we have a distinction between these two entities, right? It's all about the love for America and what is good for America. So
that is kind of like BS. Who doesn't love America? Like the MAGA is love for America.
I mean,
it's a cult of personality. MAGA is a cult of personality. It has nothing to do with love of the country.
No, say, there's one thing to say you love the country and actually genuinely show your love for the country. Two distinction. People can just talk is cheap, right?
Love for the country. You can protest and you're showing the love for the country because you want the country to improve.
You don't protest to burn down the country. I don't know what kind of love you're showing.
Down. I'm not talking about.
You make it sound like talking about
people trying to burn down. I'm not talking about
kill the child that you pretend to love.
I'm not talking about fascists or Antifa or those crazy people. What I'm talking about is there are many ways to show love for the country. Protesting is one of the ways to show love for the country. Because if you want change, you can require change by pushing for some reforms. And if it's not going to happen in the Congress because they're bought, you may as well go down to Capitol Hill to protest. And that's your love for the country. That's a sign of patriotism. Love for the country is not fealty to a man.
One can protest, but listen. I don't have to tell you, but where I live in the city that I live, this your lunatic friends
you like all this name calling stuff like all this stuff they do in the
Antifa, and I think you're quite familiar with Antifa. Listen. The Antifa, this is what you call a peaceful protest. They almost burned
Antifa
down
is not peaceful protest. They're fascist.
They almost burned down $1 billion
They're fascist.
building.
Antifa are fascist. They're not peaceful protesters.
Yeah, those are the people that are pushing your agenda. Okay,
you see what agenda? You're throwing labels. You don't know my agenda. You're just assuming an agenda
I
because
to you all the
you've
time,
been trained. You've been trained to use certain words without actually thinking them through and applying it to who you're talking to. You're not talking to a liberal Democrat here.
No,
So
yeah,
don't
you're
stop
right.
using the
Maybe not
labels
on
you've
paper,
learned,
maybe
you've
not
picked
on
up in all
registration,
these
but in terms
platforms for
of your
everybody.
disposition when
You
it
need to
comes
kind of like
to
read the
America,
room.
yes, you are.
You
You
need
can
to start
deny
and
it. A
read the
lot of
room
see,
before you
may
try
be
and
what they
throw
call
labels,
a
because you want to throw these
crypto-liberal.
labels, so I'll be
A
defensive.
crypto-liberal never
No,
comes
I'm not a
out
liberal. I'm
to
not a
really
this. No, I'm
identify
not
who
going
they
to
are.
play that with you. I'm going to address the personality, which is Donald Trump, and is one of the most vile politicians we've had. Is not a conservative. He was actually a Democrat.
You couldn't
And
say
the
that.
reason he
The
picked
man
up the
only ran.
Republican Party,
The
because he
man only
knows
had one
that a
term. How could
lot
you
of
say
the
that?
nativists
If they said it
that are in
about
that
him, what do you
party
have to say
are the
about?
dumbest
What do you
scum
have to
in
say
America.
about Bill Clinton on Lolita
Who
Express?
cares about Bill Clinton?
Oh, we're just talking about people, people in politics, right? Because you despise, in fact, you hate the man
I cannot
Trump.
stand Trump, and there's no
Which is
secrets
fine.
about that. I can't stick it.
It's a personal feeling that you have, and
It's
you
not
have
a
a right
personal
to it.
feeling, because it's
But
a
don't try to make
vile
your personal
human being.
feeling as
Do you
being
know?
true
Wait,
or the
Prince Daddy,
standard.
do you know what it means to be a vile person? Just an unethical, unprincipled, a garbage of a person. I will take let me see, what's the name of this guy that's now a chancellor in this school in Florida? Oh my god, I forget that guy's name. He was a senator. I will take him as president than Trump any day of the time.
I'm astonished. In fact, I'm astonished you say that, actually, because
why will I take what is conservative about Donald Trump? Can you tell me?
But why would
if you're
you
a
use
real
the word
conservative,
vile
tell me
to
what's conservative about Trump.
Sorry, Prince. I'm going to be taking this conversation to the back in about 5-10 minutes. Anybody that wants to come in now. Sorry, carry on, Prince.
Yeah, well, that would be nice. Anybody can come in if they want to, but I just want to advise Kulata. You can't use
There's no
certain words
advice
as
you're
vile.
giving me. You're just throwing the normal labels. Let's analyze this guy.
See,
you tell me what is
conservative
conservative about
overboard.
him.
It's over. See,
Tell me what is limited government in what he did?
I'm sorry.
What is limited government in what Donald Trump did? So let's start with that.
Well,
what is conservative that he did?
Being able to
apart
give
from picking
the
judges
independence
that a lot of religious types like. What is conservative in his take? This guy was a liberal Democrat in New York.
Well, no.
Wale, save your energy. Prince Daddy is known on this show as an irredenting supporter of
Prince Daddy
Trump.
now. He's just playing the normal game. You're liberal.
Your friend Adewale has come.
Most of his
you guys are rather labeling me or labeling people and turning it around.
Who's been using labels? You've been using labels.
Adewale called me irredentist, Republican or MAGA, whatever he called me.
Look,
Did he call you $100? Did he call you $100?
It just shows your loyalty or support, your enthusiasm. Anytime Trump's name is mentioned, it kind of energized you. And most of the argument that you put forward, like Kulata said, those are the kind of argument that you found, maybe somewhere in the bus stop, kind of like a newspaper, free readers argument kind of. We're talking about something that is out there as a fact, not those mundane excuse or mundane, argument that you put forward. This is a guy, ordinarily, you and I as an ordinary citizen of America, right? If you and I have a quarter of the indictment that is hanging on his neck as we subject to that, in fact, we'll be thinking that maybe we should buy a direct flight to Nigeria and hide in Nigeria. Federal government would not indict you if the grand jury does not find a probable cause to lock you up for life. He's fighting his battle. That the removal from ballots is going to Supreme Court. That is how serious this case. Each state has their own jurisdiction to determine whether an individual merits to be on the ballot in their state, and the secretary of that state.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. That's your liberal propaganda. That is not true.
If you have, let's say, if you right now as a federal employee, let's say, for example, you're a federal employee, you have a pending charges of just a mere misdemeanor of domestic violence, even a DWI that is a class B misdemeanor, my brother, they will separate you from service in as much as that case is still pending. Now, this man caused the Capitol riot, the one that we, I mean, 3 years now, right?
False.
So,
That's not true.
well, you will argue that it's not
That's
true.
your own opinion.
These are the things that you look at the quality of a leader. Okay, right now, even on this show tonight, Kulata said Joe Biden is not even merit his vote. I respect that. Reason being, me being a Democrat, I understand and I respect that. Him being an old guy, right, and he's a little bit senile in some way, but there's no other person to put forward other than him so that he can complete his second term. But you see, when you have a leader that is morally corrupt, not just morally corrupt, everything that is known for is about criminality. That is to tell you that this man does not deserve to be the leader of the United States. Okay? Most of the things that you have, people like you that actually, that's why I called you an irredentist, because you don't see anything wrong in what he does. Okay? Right from the from the beginning, at the inception of his campaign, he has established that he's going to be a disruptor. And that was what endeared him to some people like you, who are, coming from the background of, maybe perhaps being religious, all right, or overly religious, and they don't see other things the way he's destroying the fabric that make America what it is, and to the entire world. So now that his party is putting him forward, and the party is even fighting him because he does not represent, number one, the value and what that party stood for. Like Kulata said, this man is known and established as a liberal person until he switched affiliation and become a Republican. And here he is today. He's playing them for his soccer, and they don't have, because look, no matter what I said tonight, it won't change your mind. That's one thing I know. And I don't expect you to, have a change of mind. But I want you to understand that half of what Donald Trump has done in America and what he has said in the public, if any of our presidential candidates in Nigeria does that or say that or do that, as of now, none of Tinubu's children are in his cabinet, not even his in-law. But I tell you, if anyone, even including the incumbent, try it in Nigeria right now, what you are saying now is not what we will be saying. Okay? But just to give you a snippet of what he's doing, the way he's destroying the country. But hey, people like you will not say it. I mean, he's trying to burn the bridges.
Well, I don't want to, I can let you speak forever, but you got to keep in mind, you can't just be in his cabinet without having qualification. Now, for example, you were talking about Jared Kushner. Jared is a very successful business person. In fact, you can call him a billionaire in his own right. Okay, this is a person with vast experience when it comes to
Jared
business
Kushner's
and international relations.
Kushner's dad is a criminal. He was locked up.
You know the funniest thing.
Why do you always go personal, Kulata? Why do you always go personal?
If you
it's not personal. His dad was locked up, but is that not a statement of fact?
This guy, security.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about Gerald himself.
Gerald how did Gerald made his money? Was a Shylock landlord.
Kulata. This guy's security clearance was not even going through.
Yeah, a lot of exactly.
Dewale, give me 1 microsecond. Gentlemen, I'm going to shut it down in the front end, but the conversation continues in the back end. Ayo is not available, of course, so no super chats to report. Thank you, everybody, for the viewership.
Give it to Kulata to run.
Kulata doesn't like to take on the responsibility.
Wow,
I'm not a responsible person.
Yes.
Give it to him.
You can still carry on your chat, but you will just be in the gentleman's quarters.
There are some people in the comment section that are actually going along with the conversation, right?
Yeah, if they want to come on, they should click on the.
Except Michael, Ola can come and bill us out.
All right, let me see if I can get hold of Mike. I don't think Ola will be available. If Ola was available, he'll be here already. let's just shut it down. We've reached the 5-hour mark, so we'll shut it down. We'll do it again tomorrow, but the conversation carries on in the back end. Thank you, everyone, and